Is everyone ready for Christmas?
Not completely.
No.
Not completely.
Anyway, that was the not even completely.
I think I'm as done as I'm going to be.
I'm still waiting to find out if our son gets to come and be with us because of requirements where he lives.
Oh.
Waiting with bated breath.
Yes.
But we'll see.
Well, all my packages that haven't arrived yet is going to be a challenge because someone stole our whole cluster mailbox.
What?
So now we have to go, the whole neighborhood has to go to the post office.
You know what? That happened to us a few years ago, but they didn't take the whole mailbox. They just found a way to get into it. They took the whole thing.
They unbolted it and took the whole thing.
Did anybody home cameras pick it up?
Now this neighborhood's gonna do a petition because where they have it, it's not on our street. It's around the corner where no houses are in the complete dark. So they had all the time in the world. Yeah.
Well, ours is on just around the corner, but on a neighborhood street in front of everybody's homes, and it's still gone.
Yeah. There's no homes where they put it.
I think we had to go to the post office for a month or two.
Yeah, because I guess we're pretty far down the list until they order a new one. I'm like, great, during Christmas time, it's already packed in there.
Wow. That's no fun. Well, I thought about bringing on,
That's what my teenager's for. She'll do the errands. Go to the post office.
That's nice. It's nice. I had to beg my daughter to learn how to drive. She was pretty much 21 before she got her license. I had to beg her. And once she got that, I sent her on every and there was. It was great. But yeah, my goodness. So I thought about bringing on one of my other cats, and you guys can see a pet a week, but
soon, hopefully in February, I'll have a mini pig. I'll bring on the mini pig.
You are not.
Yes, I am. Leslie's laughing at me.
A mini pig, that's one of those, what are they?
A mini pig.
Mini pig. I've been on a waiting list since August.
So how big do these pigs get?
It gets the size of a bulldog.
So really?
Mm-hmm.
And this little piggy's going to stay in your backyard?
I thought you were going to say something else.
Or is he going to be a lap piggy?
Yep.
In the
house.
I thought you were going to say this little piggy went to.
I know.
Yeah. Juan has quite a few names for the pig.
And
is it bacon?
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. Lunch.
No. You know, I have to tell you, growing up, I had an experience with a neighbor's goat that just terrified the bejesus out of me. I mean, the thing attacked me, and I ran into my house, and he was butting against the door to get at me. I'm like terrified of goats, billy goats.
He's a crazy goat.
And some I don't like goats. So some years ago, we were on vacation with a family, and we went into this like a local feed store or something, and they had this woman there with a Nigerian dwarf dairy goat, and there were little tiny babies. And I picked up this little thing, and she was so darling, and she was like this big, and she slept on me like a little kitten. And I tell you, I was very tempted to bring home a Nigerian dwarf dairy goat. The only reason we didn't was I didn't know if we could have that in Victorville, so I didn't do it. I was tempted. So now I'm no longer terrified. Okay, how are we on time?
We have a few more minutes.
Yeah. But, you know, I end up with pets in my home long before I know we have them because my daughter was always a little sneaky.
Oh.
She would hide them, feed them until I would finally find out.
Yep. Uh-oh.
And now she's gone and we still have them.
That's how it works, huh?
Yeah. Mhm.
We're good. Thank you.
Rita, how are you this evening? Oops, I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm fine, thank you.
Good, good, good. Leslie, you look beautiful. How are you? Can't hear you.
Thank you. I'm well this
There we go.
evening. Thank you for asking. I hope you're well as, I hope you're doing well.
I'm at home. So we haven't started yet, and I just got a message from someone that she can't see a lot of people on the screen, but that's by their choice, right?
Yes, that's their view.
Yeah. And so do we have Councilmember Gomez?
Do not see her at this time. Oh, there, yes, I believe she is. Just a second.
You know, they never gave the video.
You're unmuted now.
Let's see. Hold on, we have to. Let me just rename real quick.
Okay. You're sure it's her?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's your drink?
Okay. Okay, everyone's here.
Everyone's here. Is everyone ready? 6 o'clock. I have 6 o'clock. Do you?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Good evening. Today is Tuesday, December 15, 2020. The time is 6 p.m. The regular meeting of the following will come to order: the Victorville City Council, the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City as Housing Asset Successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Becerra,
Here.
Councilmember Gomez,
Present.
Councilmember Ramirez,
President.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Present.
Mayor Jones.
Here. All right, we have a quorum. And so now that our meeting is I'd like to thank you, my fellow council members, for appointing me as Victorville's mayor. I'm honored to serve alongside you and pledge that I will do my utmost to serve you and this community to the best of my ability. Please know I will create the best possible the important business of the city by remaining true to professional governance standards, parliamentary procedure, and the Brown Act, all while promoting respect, teamwork, and transparency. I look forward to each of us being as prepared as possible for our work so that together we may make our meetings as productive as we can. I encourage you to use the city manager as a resource to help answer any questions you may have prior to each meeting. I believe that we're united in our goal in making our city the best it can be, and I'm excited by the opportunity to participate in a governance relations workshop with you. This is sure to be a great chance for us to learn more about one another. further positive working relationships and foster even more team cohesion. We have much to get done this year, and I'm confident we're all up to that challenge. We are the team who can and who will drive forward the city's mission, vision, and goals. Through intentional governance, we indeed can become the representatives who inspire confidence in leadership, promote goodwill in the business community, and grow in our community the values we so cherish. With that, we're going to move on to our next items, the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Our invocation will be led this evening by Pastor Dane Davis of Impact Christian Church. And then our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Police Lieutenant John Wickham. Pastor Dane, are you with us?
I do not see Pastor Dane on here.
Pastor Dane is not with us. All right. Well, I certainly would not want to go on in our meeting without prayer. So
Mayor Jones, you are muted.
how that happened, I'm here now. So I certainly would not wish, it wouldn't be my favorite thing to proceed in our meeting without prayer. So Mayor Pro Tem, would you be inclined to lead us in a brief prayer this evening?
Sure, please bow your head.
Thank you.
Heavenly Father, we come to you in this word of prayer. We're asking for you to provide guidance for us and discernment, courage to do the right thing, and to lead our city forward to make the best decisions for the citizens of Victorville. We ask this in your name. We pray. Amen. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And do we have Lieutenant Wickham?
You do. Can you hear?
All right. Yes.
Okay. Please stand and face the flag and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United
to the United States of America,
and to the republic
for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible, with
with
liberty.
liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, will you kindly present the agenda and any revisions?
Tonight's council meeting is being held virtually on Zoom due to safety concerns related to COVID-19 and to reduce exposure for our community members, city employees, and council members. Our virtual meetings are being conducted in accordance with the Brown Act and special provisions enacted during the coronavirus pandemic. We will continue to hold our council meetings virtually until further notice. We invite members of the public to participate in our meetings via Zoom. In order to offer public comment during tonight's meeting, use the raise your hand feature on Zoom when instructed to do so. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and allotted up to 3 minutes for your comments. Members of the public are reminded when speaking on a specific agenda item, comments should be limited to that topic. To the extent you want to discuss other issues relevant to the city, those comments should be reserved for public comment section. If you end your comments prior to the 3-minute allotment, you waive the right to speak any remaining time on that item. For future council meetings, you may also submit public comment via email. Your email must be received no later than 4 p.m. the day of our council meeting. If you don't wish to participate in public comment, you can view our meetings on YouTube. I do have a few revisions. It's for public hearing item number 1. The revisions are to site plan resolution number 20-033. The number is now resolution number 20-114. The CUP resolution number 20-034 is now resolution number 20-115. And the parcel map resolution 20-035 is changed to resolution number 20-116. Madam Mayor, those are all the revisions I have.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. So the next business in order is our conflict of interest declarations. Do any council members have any declarations to make?
Honorable Mayor, it's going to be myself, item 4. I'm going to have to abstain on voting for payroll. I'm on it as a ex-city employee, I was on it. What we're going to vote under.
Okay, so it isn't necessary for you to recuse yourself or to declare a conflict, but you can certainly, when we get to the consent calendar, you can certainly make it known that on that particular thing, you're going to abstain.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll cue you up on that.
I have a point of inquiry. This is Councilmember Gomez. Since Deborah Jones was able to ask the council, I'm gonna make sure that she also includes herself when she's asking the council of any conflicts.
Oh, most certainly, for Gomez. All right, and next we're going to move on to our first business order, which is public comments, and we're going to begin item.
I do have a feedback. So someone has.
Yes, we're getting a lot. Okay, is it better?
No, it's still.
Yeah, I'm echoing, and I only have one device on.
Okay, Councilmember Gomez, it seemed like, do you have a couple devices on?
I don't.
Mine's off.
Okay, how's it now?
It's working fine.
Good now. Okay, so Madam Clerk, will you do us the favor of setting forth the preliminaries for public comments?
Council member is gonna make a point of order. The point of order, please don't direct as Blanca Gomez, your council member, direct the entire council. I feel that I'm being accused and I'm not. I don't have multiple devices on. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember Gomez, your point of order is not well taken as you didn't cite a violation of policy. Moving on. Madam Clerk, will you kindly do us the favor of the preliminaries for public comment?
Yes, for members of the public to participate in our meetings via Zoom, in order to offer the public comment during tonight's meeting, use the raise your hand feature on Zoom when instructed to do so. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and allotted up to 3 minutes for your comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So on this item, and judging from discussions during our last meeting on this subject, they're likely strongly held positions. So before I hand this to our city manager to introduce the item, the chair asks that all of us, including the chair, carefully consider each perspective so that we make the best possible decision.
Not hearing.
With that, I hand it to Mr. Metzler to tee up the item.
Madam Mayor, before we begin, I'm still getting a lot of feedback. It was hard for me. I don't know if it was anybody else, but there's a lot of audio issues that we're running into.
Yes.
And maybe just a suggestion, I think in previous meetings, we had all microphones silenced with the exception of the speaker. Maybe we may have to go back towards that. Just guessing though.
Okay, can we gotta go? Council member, can you mute yourselves until you would like to speak? Or until you're recognized? All right, is this any better for everyone? It is. I can see by that. So let me begin again then, just so that we're all on the same page. So judging from discussions during our last meeting on this subject, there's likely several strongly held positions. And so before I hand this over to Mr. Metzler to introduce the item, the chair would like to encourage everyone to listen to every perspective so that we may make the best possible decision for our city. And of course, that includes the chair. So Mr. Metzler, I hand this over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This is an item that's brought before you that has actually gone through the Planning Commission with a unanimous approval recommending to this body. This is a project that's involving a CarMax auto dealership that's proposed north of and adjacent to the auto park at Valley Center. To be more particular, the property is basically north of City Hall here, just due east on the east side of Civic Drive and south of Roy Rogers. If you know where In-N-Out Burger is, it's just immediately due south and abutting that particular property. But this is a proposed CarMax dealership, as mentioned, about 8,500 square feet of total building space. This project is actually a project that the that the city has been involved with since December of 2018. And in fact, that's the first time in which CarMax actually submitted an application for consideration by the city. And since that time has been working with our planning department, ultimately with the planning commission, to bring forward what they have before you here. The particular items that this project is asking you to do are enumerated in the staff recommendation, which also includes adopting a mitigation monitoring program, certifying an EIR, adopting an ordinance to deal with a zoning amendment to the specific plan, and then of course approving the site plan, conditional use permit, and the parcel map. This project is slightly different than what you might see with other projects in the sense that CUPs and site plans typically are dealt with just by the planning commission, but because this is dealing with zoning, particularly asking for an amendment to existing zoning under the specific plan governing the property, is why the council gets involved. And the council is effectively asked by ordinance if it wants to consider the change in the zoning. But this is a project that's gone through a pretty high level of environmental review. Not all projects go to the extent this project did by having an environmental impact report done. And in fact, it's staff's opinion that a project like this could have likely satisfied CEQA requirements by pursuing just a mitigated negative declaration. But that notwithstanding, your planning commission on October 21st recommended unanimously that this council consider this item. And with that, this item is brought forward for your consideration as a public hearing. I do believe there are proponents for the project. The developer, which would be CarMax, I'm aware is here, and there are likely other people that would like to speak on this item as well. But with that, altogether, staff's recommendation is outlined on page 7 of the staff report, which effectively is an approval of all resolutions before you tonight. That's all I have. Madam Mayor, Scott Webb is our city planner. He is much more in tune to the particular details in this very voluminous report. So if there are any particular questions you have of him, he's certainly available to answer those questions as well.
And does he have a presentation at all, or he'd be available for questions?
Available. Scott, is there anything more you can add that that I did, or would you believe at this point it's best to be available for questions or comments?
Keith, I would like to bring up a couple of items before the CarMax team provides a detailed presentation, if I may. So just very briefly, Keith gave a great overview. There was some confusion at the last meeting whether or not this particular specific plan amendment modified the auto park zoning. I just wanted to clarify that it does not. The proposed amendment would allow for used car sales within the civic commercial area of the specific plan. The project site is about 4 acres, but the civic commercial district is approximately 92 acres. And it's outside of the auto park district, which is approximately 46 acres. So just to clarify that, we're not modifying anything within the auto park district as part of this application. Also, just to point out, we've received repeated comments letters from Attorney Mitchell Sy. We even received a 43-page letter from that attorney firm today as well. These are restatements of incorrect assertions that have already been addressed in the document that's presented to you today. Part of the reason why the City Council continued this item from the November 17th meeting was because of the new information, these letters that keep coming in. But this 43-page letter that was submitted today is almost identical to the one that was submitted in November. And we have already responded to all of those comments. There's a total of 64 pages of responses to these comments within attachment H, starting on page 1284. So staff has gone through great lengths to respond to all of these. We still feel that this project on its own, as mitigated, does not pose a significant effect to the environment. And we still support the project as conditioned. And I'm, like Keith said, I'm available should you have any further comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So as Mr. Metzger stated, there's a voluminous background data and analysis on this item, and we've had now extended period of time to review this. And so with that, Madam Clerk, will you kindly present us with a recommendation from staff?
Yes. That the Honorable City Council conduct a public hearing, receive public comment, and take the following actions. Adopt resolution number 20-103, adopting CEQA findings of facts, adopting a mitigation monitoring program, and certifying the final environmental impact report for the Victorville CarMax Auto Superstore project planning 18-0052. And number 2019-070975, introduce ordinance 2412 for adoption and first reading by title only to amend the Civic Center Community Sustainable Specific Plan to conditionally allow used automobile sales with the Civic Commercial Land Use District, waive a further reading in full of proposed ordinance number 2412 and adopt resolutions number 20-114, 20-115, and 20-116, approving the associated CarMax project site plan, conditional use permit, and parcel map and associated conditions of approval.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So with that said, this is going to be the time where we take up questions for our city manager, technical questions that require clarification. Each council member has 3 minutes, and we'll begin with Member Ramirez. Oh, member, we can't hear you. Thank you.
Okay, I do have questions. I would like to start with a statement that was made on October 21st, 2020 at the Special Planning Commission meeting. The CarMax representative stated that he believed that the opposition to the Super CarMax had no legal standing to be challenged on the project. I would like to know why he feels that this is the case when I read that in 2016, the plan that is being amended, which of course included the City Council of Mr. Cox as well as Gloria Garcia, both business persons, state that CC2, as stated, says the following, found in the report, says that the land use designated does not permit vehicle sales as permitted or conditional. In other words, in 2016, 4 years ago, by the other city council, it was deemed that CC2 would not permit the sales of used cars. And I would like to know how this CarMax representative states that there is no opposition. I find it questionable because with all the used car dealerships that we have in Victorville, why have they not been permitted to use the same parcel 4 acres? Why is it favoritism in my eyes with CarMax coming in? I find this offensive in that as a city council person, we are here to represent all local businesses fairly and honestly. So I want an answer as to why he made this statement publicly at the Special Planning Commission, that he saw no opposition. How did he arrive at this statement without any consideration that this decision was to be made by the city council and that the plan that is being amended was written and approved in 2016 by the former city council, which included Mr. Cox and Gloria Garcia, which I do believe are two very well, efficient, and effective business persons. So I want an answer.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I believe the question really is speaking to a comment made by a representative of CarMax at that meeting, October 21st. And I believe CarMax representatives, as a part of the public hearing, have filled out cards requesting or has asked to speak. We used to fill out cards. And perhaps with Councilmember Ramirez's question, perhaps when they speak, they can incorporate an answer to the question Councilmember Ramirez is asking.
Since I'm not getting an answer as of now, my second question is this. When has this parcel been made available to other dealerships? My question is, we have many used car dealerships in Victorville. Has anyone ever
Your time
asked
is
to
up.
use that parcel? I would like an answer.
Mr. Messer, can you answer that question?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, this property that's in question that CarMax is interested in buying and developing is undeveloped vacant property. And to my understanding, it's been available by the current property owner. The city is not the property owner of this property. It's privately owned by an LLC. And my understanding as much is that they have had the property on the market for quite some time to a multitude of uses. And it just so happens in this particular case, it's a CarMax use that's being considered for eventual sale and development.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we have a presentation as well that may answer some of the questions.
Yes, and yes, absolutely. And just so all the council does know, we will have a presentation by the proponent. All right, we'll move next to Member Becerra. Do you have any questions requiring clarification from city staff?
No, read the report. It's all self-explanatory. No questions.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez, do you have any clarification?
Absolutely. I'm here to represent the people, not myself. So my questions are for the people to have a greater understanding. So my first question is, would you mind explaining what it means to have 3 land use designations and explain why a commercial district means for the city of Victorville?
Yeah, I could do that. Perhaps the
Mr. Messer, can you hold on a moment? We're getting feedback again. Member Ramirez, can I ask you to mute yourself and see if that helps? Thank you. Is that any better? Keith, can you go ahead and ask the question?
I can Councilmember Gomez restate that question, please?
Absolutely. Would you mind explaining what it means to have 3 land use designations and explain what a commercial district means to the city of Victorville?
I think the best answer in this particular item, Madam Mayor, if I might, is to ask Scott Webb, who's our city planner, and he can speak to that better than I can.
Thank you, Keith. Madam Mayor, fellow council members, there's a variety of ways to package a commercial district. But to simplify it, a commercial district or commercial zoning area, which in this case, we're talking about the civic commercial area within the civic sustainable commercial district plan, it has its own standards. When you're trying to create a place, you allow certain uses within that area. They're not standards that can't be modified. They're living documents that are supposed to be updated over time. And in this case, that's where the proponent is asking for the city to further expand the use of used car sales within the commercial district. I would like to point out that in 2019, the city council also allowed for the used car sales expansion within the neighboring C2 district.
Mr. Webb, I apologize for interrupting, but am I the only one getting feedback on this? Is everybody else having difficulty? Okay, so Member Gomez, thank you for muting yourself. And then when you have another question, please come back on. Can we try it again, Mr. Webb?
Sure. There's a variety of commercial districts within the city. In this particular case, we're talking about the civic commercial area within the civic center specific plan. It has a variety of uses that are allowed within it as you're trying to create a sense of place, a sense of continuity, synergy of uses. And in this case, the proponent's asking for the expansion of used car sales. In 2019, the city council made a similar action within the neighboring C2 district, which is right outside the specific plan, to allow for used car sales within that district. So this proposal, I think, is somewhat in line with the prior 2019 approval to allow used car sales, which allowed for the Avis car sales to locate on La Paz and Roy Rogers.
Thank you.
Okay, my next question is, would you point out to the council in this, the former documents such as those that the recent hearing specifically enumerated the 4 district types, meaning the commercial, the business, the government/services, and the mixed use? I'm sure it's November 17th to now the same document. So would you tell me what pages so I can visually look at those areas?
Yes, within the item before you today, on page 1350 is a land use map that shows those land use districts.
Okay, so you're asking me to go to page 1350, and I'm going to presume that they're enumerated and they're color coded to show which is each of the types, so it's self-explanatory.
That is correct.
Thank you. I'll look at it after I ask the next question. The next question is, using the zoning categories that are rendered in the Muni Code, would you inform our audience how the 4 district types, including land use, is categorized? And my example is, if you look at table 7.1, it's called permitted conditional accessory and temporary land use, all zoning districts of the municipal code.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Gomez, could you restate that question?
Yes. So I don't know if you can look at this document, but this is a document that shows the categories of whether it's categorized P, C, and how they fall into it. We're only told that this CarMax project can have something of the effect of having a hotel. But if our members understand quite well where we're getting these categories, it will help substantiate more information, be more transparent for our communities.
Sure. So within each,
One moment, Councilmember Gomez, I'm sorry to impose. Would you kindly mute until your next question, see if we can stop the feedback? Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for that follow-up, Councilmember Gomez. So within each commercial district, in this case, the civic commercial district, or I think you may be referencing our general commercial standards within our municipal code. Within each of those districts, there's a land use table, a land use matrix that shows specific uses and whether they're permitted by indicating a P, conditionally permitted by requiring a conditional use permit, and within that table it would be indicated as a C. And then it also lists accessory uses and temporary uses that are allowed within that zone. So that's standard practice for identifying what uses would be permitted within the underlying zone.
And with that zone categorization, I noticed that the car wash had 3 different types of car wash. Does it make a difference in the recommendation or the zoning site plan modification that is being recommended today?
It should not. I think you're referencing the municipal code standards, which has different requirements for automated versus in-person car washes. Or manned car washes, I should say. Those are within a different district, and this specific allowance is for an accessory.
I'm sorry, Mr. Webb, can you hold this? I'm sorry to interrupt, Council. Thank you, Councilmember Gomez. Go ahead, Mr. Webb.
Yeah, so the proposal specific to CarMax is not requesting a car wash for the general public to seek service at. Though the car wash that's located on the CarMax site is accessory only for the show vehicles that are displayed at their location. It's not open to the general public. It's just to maintain the display vehicles that are on site.
Thank you. And then the next question, is there a gasoline dispensing facility within 300 feet of where the project may be erected? And is the project within 600 feet or less of where the project will be erected? And think about this question in terms of sensitive receptors near the site project within 600 feet.
So thank you for that question. Yes, this project is not located within close proximity of residents. It does have a on-site fuel dispensing facility just for the vehicles, for the display vehicles that are up for sale. I think one of your questions was whether or not another gas station was in 600 feet, and I believe there is. The AM/PM just north of the site is within that 600 feet radius.
Now, in consideration, the report does say that there's residential areas within 530 feet or 560 feet from the project site. But right now it seemed like there is none. I'm kind of concerned because the neg deck or the EIR would say otherwise. And so in terms of asking these questions, I'm asking for truthful renditions. So when I ask for sensitive receptors, that would include any kind of residential, any kind of schooling, which there is within at least 560 feet from the project site. Would you be able to explain? Because I understood a different response.
Sure, thank you for clarifying that radius. There is not any sensitive receptors directly abutting this property. There is, however, a small subdivision of single-family lots that I believe is within that radius you mentioned. That's north of Roy Rogers Drive that abuts the freeway. That's the closest residence to this site, but in between that residence and the proposed project location, there's various other commercial land uses that already exist.
It was reconnecting, so I didn't get your response at all.
Did you not hear any of the response, Member Gomez?
It was reconnecting. I did not hear anything. Would he mind restating?
of course not. Mr. Webb, please.
Sure, I just wanted to state, thank you for stating the radius that you were concerned about sensitive receptors. And my first response, I was thinking that you were just talking about the immediate abutting sites from the property. So there is not any residence directly abutting the property. However, I do believe within that 550 feet radius, there is an existing residential subdivision that's north of Roy Rogers Drive, abutting the freeway. And this subdivision is also close to other commercial districts, commercial uses that are already in use.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Gomez. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Irving, do you have any questions?
Yes, I actually, well, one of my questions was answered. This is a privately owned parcel. That's correct. The other question, just for my own personal edification, how many feet separate this parcel in question from the Civic Auto Park?
It actually abuts the Civic Auto Park to the south. So it's immediately adjacent to the auto park.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And at this time, the chair has no questions. At this time, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. And we do have a special request, as I understand it, from the developer, that David Greiner offers some comments on the behalf of CarMax. So do we have Mr. Greiner on the line?
Yes, we do.
Thank you, Mr. Greiner.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, and welcome to the new council members. Yes, I do have good news, and I want to first of all thank everyone for allowing us the time and space to work through these issues. I assure you that the dealers that invested with you in the auto park truly appreciate that you allowed us the time and space to do this, because we have invested a lot of ourselves and our time to build that area. And I am pleased to tell you that we've come to a settlement with CarMax that we want to welcome them to the extent that they're going to be our new neighbors, pending an approval tonight. Our settlement is two-pronged. One is that we've agreed with CarMax to settle our disputes and to move forward as good neighbors. The second prong of it is it still sits in this council's hands to make sure that we are going to get the type of relief from the zoning restrictions that we currently have. And while that may or may not be part of the motion tonight, it's incumbent on me to tell you, we need as least of restrictions as possible moving forward so that we can maintain our sites. We're small business owners, and having all four uses that are contiguous to these parcels is incredibly important to us, because if we should shutter, we have personal guarantees. Our homes are in jeopardy. So we ask that as you move past this approval, that you also still keep us in mind over the next 90 days, that we get the relief from the city council. But with nothing else to state on that, I want to say that we have come to an agreement, and we do support council action to approve the CarMax project.
Thank you, Mr. Greiner. And now we look to the proponent to do a presentation. And I also understand, the developer, that CarMax has a 15-minute presentation. That's 10 minutes beyond the normal 5 minutes allowed by policy. So at this time, if the council is so inclined, the chair invites a motion to extend the by 10 minutes.
I have a point of clarification.
Certainly, Councilmember Gomez.
So this is for the attorney. It's my understanding that when we have a hearing, the applicant is allotted enough time, ample time, so that he can get his point across. Is there any reason why we're citing policy and diminishing that? Or are we having, what is going on?
You want to give him an extra 5 minutes, we're asking.
Nobody opposing the project.
Madam Mayor, under the current policy manual, typically on the types of applications, we do allow the appellant a 5-minute time limitation. But you certainly, as council, have discretion to add additional time, which I believe is what
Like,
you're
come
asking.
on, Blanca, fucking say yes and let's.
Someone's audio is on and we can hear some very coarse language and activity in the background. If whoever that is could be mindful. So thank you, Mr. DeBortnowski, but as I understand it, this is not an appeal hearing and who's before us is a proponent, but we still offer that 5 minutes, correct?
That is correct. It's actually a sort of quasi-judicial hearing, and per the policy, you would have to have 5 minutes. But it's typical that in situations like this, the council would grant additional time.
Yes. So
I have a point of clarification.
you,
Um,
Ms. Gomez, you're right.
Would you mind asking that question and having DeBornowski answer? I didn't quite understand. I think I understand, but that quasi-judicial, I'm not sure.
Certainly, Mr. DeBornowski.
Certainly, in accordance with Chapter 3 of the policy manual, this type of hearing where you're making discretionary decisions, these would be deemed to be sort of quasi-judicial. You're sitting in a quasi-judicial role with respect to the consideration of this matter. And per the policy manual, specifically Chapter 3, in such situations, you would allot essentially 5 minutes. And again, you have the discretion to add additional time, which you have typically done in these types of situations.
So this is a quasi, not a hearing. Is that correct?
It is a hearing, but it's in a quasi-judicial nature. You're essentially sitting almost like a jury discussing this matter. It's kind of like a court.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. All right, with that said, again, the chair invites a motion to extend the presentation period by CarMax from 5 minutes to 15 minutes. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. We have is there a second?
Councilmember Gomez seconds.
Thank you, Councilmember Gomez. Is there any discussion on that? Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye. And so with that, the motion passes and our proponent will have 15 minutes to present. Is CarMax or representative available now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Steve Graham,
Yes, Steve Graham.
are you going to do the presentation?
I am not a representative for CarMax. I am the
Oh, I'm sorry.
attorney for the Auto Center. But I am prepared to give our 3-minute comment when the time is appropriate.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry. Okay, let me.
We'll call on you at that time. Thank you.
I actually was just able to unmute myself. This is
Yeah, okay.
Brad Locke with CenterPoint on behalf of CarMax. I apologize. I had trouble unmuting myself when it was our turn.
And who's on the line?
This is Brad Locke with CenterPoint, applicant for CarMax.
Thank you.
So good evening. I want to jump right into this presentation so we can get through. We have 3 speakers tonight. Steve Hudak, real estate manager for CarMax. We have Ross Geller with Applied Planning to discuss the EIR comments, and Mark Ostoich with Gresham Savage attorneys. So Steve, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with your presentation. Okay, you can take it away if you are able to unmute.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, council members. My name is Steve Hudak. I am the real estate manager for CarMax, responsible for the LA market. Tonight, our team will clarify comments and questions that were raised at the November meeting. It's the company's sincere interest to be in Victorville. We want to become active part of the community. just the way other businesses have been afforded the opportunity over the years. We've worked tirelessly with staff to modify our plan to achieve city design goals. We've spent nearly $1 million already on this application. CarMax having a store in the market would of course benefit us, but we also think it'll benefit the city greatly. Next slide, Brad. Let me begin by discussing CarMax community involvement. CarMax encourages each and every employee to get involved into communities where they work and live. At previous city meetings, there's been a resident that's inquired about community involvement and asked questions about our hiring practices. And because of the Zoom environment, we haven't been able to answer that, so we want to do it now. I've previously said that CarMax would employ from 12 to 20 people at this location as the store matures over time. Of that staff, 4 managers will come from other locations to teach processes and enforce the company culture. The remaining staff will be hired from the local area. One achievement that I'd like to again highlight on the slide is for the 16th year in a row, CarMax is ranked by Fortune magazine as a best place to work. Next slide, Brad. So giving at CarMax is done through the CarMax Foundation. On this slide in the blue box, you can see the financial support that CarMax Foundation has given in the communities where we operate. At CarMax locations, everyone is encouraged to send teams into the communities to support community organizations in the area. The first point in that yellow box discusses the participation rate in these projects. So every location in 2018, we had 100% participation. And that just means that groups of 5 or more people went to support some local organization. During my years at CarMax, my team has volunteered to do grounds work at local parks. We've worked at food shelters. We've helped local schools. The second point in that yellow box is powerful as well. I'm going to give you an example just to clarify what it means. I serve on the executive board of a local nonprofit, and because I sit in a leadership role, CarMax gives $1,000 a year to that nonprofit. In addition to that, every hour that I spend in that volunteer capacity, CarMax pays $10 an hour to that organization. Another way CarMax gives is any organization that our employees feel strongly enough to donate to, CarMax matches that dollar for dollar. This is a slide that depicts the locations where CarMax has stores in Southern California. Obviously, we've applied here tonight to expand this to the 15th store in Los Angeles, but when we're finished, we expect to have 17 locations in the Los Angeles area. And we think we can serve the 20 million residents of the trade area with 17 stores. The box in the lower right-hand corner shows the number of dealerships that are Ford dealerships or Chevy or Toyota. So there's 56 Toyota dealerships in the same marketplace. So the point I'm trying to make is we have much larger trade areas as a CarMax. So we think there is a benefit to the local car dealers in that we're going to bring buyers to Victorville and those dealers just haven't seen in the past. I think there's also a benefit to the local dealers in the warranty work that's available for the cars that we sell and for the parts that would be required for the repairs that we would do on the cars we sell. Next slide, Brad. The site CarMax is pursuing is the most beneficial location for CarMax, dealers, and the city. If the CarMax site were to be moved further from the existing dealers, it would only serve to draw customers away from the dealers. And if CarMax moved to an inferior site, that would only serve to drive down city tax revenues because of the poor performance that CarMax would see. We are estimating revenues between $45 and $60 million. That would translate in sales tax $450,000 to $600,000 for the city. I want to point out that CarMax already sells significantly into the Victor Valley. There are 100 units a month that today residents of the valley drive 45 miles to a CarMax location to buy cars. So by approving this application, the city could already recapture about $250,000 in sales tax by having a CarMax in this marketplace. Of those 100 sales in the Victor Valley, we estimate about 70 of them are coming from residents of Victorville. So this slide's up just to show some of the comments that were raised at the last meeting. We're going to try and address these in the upcoming slides. I think one of the things that was raised was used car sales aren't allowed in the Civic Auto. I don't believe that's true. It's not, you can't sell primarily used cars, but with a new car dealership, you can have ancillary used car sales. Next slide, Brad. So this slide just shows the types of sites that CarMax pursues. Of the 14 stores we have in LA, there's only 2 that don't have highway visibility, and those sit in very dense areas. CarMax always pursues sites that are high impact to maximize store performance. A reduction in sales of just 7 units per month translates into approximately $15,000 in lost sales tax revenue for cities and a value of about $1 million in the deal. Next slide. On this slide, I'm just trying to show the city what our target search area was. And it's that yellow box that's tightly bound around the I-15. CarMax requires sites of 4 to 5 acres. And the zoning within the city that would accommodate used car sales is C2. So this slide is in here just to show that of all the sites that are available in Victorville that have that zoning and that are that side, there's only 2 locations that have ever been available. So it's not like there's an abundance of choices in the marketplace. Next slide, Brad. So this is a visual representation of the Civic Center specific plan. This just to show everybody, you can see the CarMax site is identified on here with a red site label and an arrow going to it. It is actually sitting in the red area, which is the civic commercial area of the specific plan. And this is just for clarity. I think this was talked about by Scott at the beginning of the meeting. The civic dealer, the civic auto section is all the green sites. So you can see CarMax abuts right up against the Honda dealership on the north side of the civic auto. And an approval tonight would change not just the zoning on the CarMax site, but it would allow auto sales in all of those red areas within the specific plan. There were some comments in the last meeting. Oh, go back to that slide. There's one last thing I wanted to comment on. On the very western edge of the specific plan, there are some dark pink areas. Those are the areas in the specific plan that allow for used car sales today. Aside from being inferior sites, we've gone and analyzed those. None of them are greater than 2 acres from what I can tell, and a number of them don't even have the lot width required to fit our facilities on them. So even if we wanted to go there, we could not. Moving to the next slide, Brad. Again, this is just a listing of comments that we heard coming out of the last meeting that I wanted to clarify with my next slide. Brad, can you go to the next? So I've put a box around the site. As you can see in the image, the CarMax site is vacant land. No construction has started on site. Building permits have not been submitted, and any statement that building codes have been violated just aren't accurate. CarMax intends to apply for permits, pending approval, and abide by all applicable codes. And with that, I think Ross is going to jump on and talk about the EIR.
Ross Geller, are you on?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Ross Geller, and I'm a principal with Applied Planning. And we were tasked with preparing the environmental documentation for this project. And just so we're all leaving at the same place, CEQA process and the environmental process, the main goal is to make sure that the public is aware of the implications, but more importantly, the decision makers have all the information at the ready to make an informed decision about a specific project. And this entire process starts with the preparation of an initial study. And what an initial study is a cursory review of the project as it gets affected by a number of environmental topics. And there's actually 19 topics that we go through when we prepare the initial study. And the purpose of this process is to determine what the most appropriate documentation that should accompany the project through the entitlement process. And when we went through this process, you can either determine a mitigated neg deck or an environmental impact report should be prepared. And I believe staff mentioned at the beginning, when we concluded the initial process on the initial study, I think the general consensus was that a mitigated negative declaration is probably the appropriate document. But CarMax protested actually, and they said they wanted to prepare a full scope EIR. And I think there was a number of business reasons that they did that, but I think transparency and getting all of the information out there was high on the list of why they wanted to pursue an environmental impact report. And just to be clear, my role in this process is as a third-party analyst, if you will. I have no role in the project, no skin in the game, as they say. My job is to evaluate the project and bring forth mitigation if necessary. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail because it's been stated a number of times, but this project, as it's located within the Civic Center's sustainability specific plan, already went through one level of environmental review. And it's also important to note that not only is it in an approved specific plan and environmental documentation was done on the land uses and the development standards, but this particular site is graded. It has driveway aprons and sidewalks, so the perimeter improvements are already in place. But there was a lot of confusion at the last meeting of whether this site was built upon or whether construction has started, and it is not. It's a vacant graded site. So after the determination that an EIR needs to be prepared, my firm prepared that document, and it was released for public review on March 6, 2020. And the 45-day review period, which is required under CEQA, lasted through April 20th. And guess what happened when we released that document? The entire world changed and COVID hit. And at the end of that review period, it's important to note that we only received 4 letters on that document after the public review period. One was from OPR, and they just acknowledged getting the document. We got a letter from Cal Fish and Game thanking us for incorporating mitigation that they suggested into the document. And then we got 2 letters from 2 law firms that everybody should be familiar with now, one representing the Auto Park Association and one representing the Carpenters Union. When COVID hit, and in abundance of caution, the city decided that they were going to re-release the document and put it out for another 45-day review, just because of the crazy times that were going on at that point. And so at the end of the day, they asked that I address the concerns that were brought up by the 2 law firms, incorporate any changes into that document, and redistribute that document for another 45-day review. So in essence, this document was out for public review and comment for over 3 months. And again, we incorporated the substantive comments from the law firms into the recirculated document. And just a brief moment about the environmental document. And again, this project is less than 5 acres. The building footprint is about 8,600 square feet. The environmental document before you is about 800 pages long. It's based on over 1,800 pages of technical studies that are appended to that document. And just to summarize the results of all that work and all that analysis, there were no significant remaining impacts of the project. Land use was deemed less than significant. There was no traffic and circulation impacts. Air quality was determined to be less than significant and under the thresholds. Greenhouse gases were determined to be less than significant. Noise and energy were also deemed to be less than significant. Out of the 8 topics, all of them were determined to be less than significant. And there was a lot of discussion, and I'm about ready to wrap up. So there was a lot of discussion at the last meeting about greenhouse gases. And I just wanted to clarify the issue so we all understand. CEQA requires that an EIR estimate what the greenhouse gases emissions would be generated by a project. And the goal obviously is to increase, is to reduce in emissions that could cause global warming. And luckily,
Madam Mayor, we have reached the 15 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk Counsel. What are your thoughts? Should we, may I ask the proponent how much time might be needed to continue the presentation?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Are you the last presenter for CarMax?
No, there's one presenter after me.
And how much time is that expected to be?
I think less than 5 minutes.
Okay, so Council, here we are again. It looks like there might be need for an additional 8 minutes. Is there a motion to grant an additional 8 minutes?
So moved.
Councilmember Gomez goes ahead and does a substitute motion from Leslie Irvings and allow them to continue till they finish whatever they need to wrap up, hoping that it's within 8 minutes. But if it goes to 9 minutes, I would like for them to finish their process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gomez. So we have a substitute motion on the floor to allow the proponent the time needed to complete its presentation. Is there a second on that?
Second.
There's a second by Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez. Is there any discussion on that? There being no discussion, Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
No,
Irving?
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So now we have approved giving the proponent the needed time to complete its presentation. So Mr. Geller, you're welcome to continue.
Thank you. And council members, thank you for giving me the additional time. I will make this brief. There was a lot of confusion about the global, greenhouse gas emissions at our last meeting. And I just wanted to clarify that the California Environmental Quality Act provides guidance on this issue. And the guidance is from the local air quality districts. And in Victorville's case, they have a climate action plan. And normally when there is a climate action plan that the local agency adopted, if you can demonstrate consistency with that plan and you incorporate the measures that are included in that plan within your project, you are considered a less than significant impact. So within the environmental impact report, we've done that analysis. The project is consistent with the city's cap. And because there was so much confusion, I wanted to point out 2 other items. One is if the city didn't have a cap, the threshold of significance based on the city's Victorville's adopted standard, which they take from the Mojave Desert Air Management District, is a project cannot generate more than 100,000 metric tons of emissions a year. This particular case, this project generates 303 metric tons a year. So we're we're 97% under the city's adopted threshold if we didn't have a cap, and I just needed to do the analysis. The South Coast Air Quality Management District, as a comparison, uses a standard of 3,000 metric tons a year. So about a third of what Mojave Desert allows. And even if we use the 3,000 metric ton threshold, again, we're less than 10% of that. So we're 90% under the most restrictive threshold in Southern California. And then finally, I just want to make one last point, and that was the issue of the green energy regulations, Cal Green, which is basically a building code that has a lot of energy efficient standards within it. And we received a letter that conflated that issue when we did our consistency analysis with the CAP, which is presented in the environmental impact report. The standard in the CAP is you need to be 15% under the 2008 statewide emissions. And so we made that finding that this project's going to exceed that. And from that, an argument was made. And again, it was a weak argument, but the argument was that we were not going to comply with Cal Green requirements based on my analysis with the consistency on the CAP. This project, when it comes into the city and gets submitted for plan check, is going to have to comply with the prevailing Cal Green requirements. And so irrespective of what the cap was frozen in time in 2016 when the city adopted it, this project is still going to be required to comply with the prevailing and more stringent requirements when they come in for plan check. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions, and I think Mark Ostoich from Gresham Savage is going to do a short presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Geller. Mr. Ostoich, are you on the line?
I'm here. Good evening.
Good evening and welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Mark Ostoich, and I'm here representing CarMax, the applicant before you this evening. My address is 550 East Hospitality Lane in San Bernardino. I wanted to start out by thanking Mr. Greiner and thanking his attorney, Steve Graham, for working so closely with us to resolve our differences. We've now come to common ground, and we are going to go forward literally arm in arm, supporting one another. We're very, very pleased with that outcome. And I give my thanks to both of them and to all of the other auto dealers that participated in the resolution. Now, Council Member Ramirez mentioned, and I believe it was me that said it, she mentioned that a CarMax representative had questioned the legal standing of an opponent. And she's right, I did. And I want to explain what I meant. And I want to do it within the context of one of our opponents who has written several letters into the record recently, the Carpenters Union, the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, who's written several letters, several comments on the EIR, etc. CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, requires, before someone can legally challenge a project, it requires that they have a beneficial interest. And what that is a special or a particular interest in the project. Now, the gentlemen who have appeared and testified, who are members of the Carpenters Union, they personally have an interest. I think one of them said he actually lives in Victorville, and they're seeking jobs closer to home. I sympathize with them because people are entitled to work closer to home. But the party that has made the comments and the party that is representing them and opposing our project is the Carpenters Union. And the Carpenters Union is a national organization that has locals in many, if not all of the states in our nation. It's an organization that, to my knowledge, does not even have a local in the city of Victorville. So it does not even have a local presence as an organization in the city of Victorville. And that the closest Carpenters Union local is Local 909 in Ontario, California, which is 48 miles away from this project. And notwithstanding the fact that they don't have a direct interest in this project, their attorney continues to confuse the public record by submitting letter after letter, essentially repeating the same thing, and in virtually every case, using incorrect information and incorrect assumptions to do so. As Mr. Geller pointed out, and also as Scott Webb pointed out, CarMax has prepared a very comprehensive EIR, several hundred pages of EIR and underlying technical studies. It's been submitted for public review twice. CarMax has certainly gone above and beyond what would typically be the case in an effort to comply with CEQA and present a project that has no potential for significant impacts. I believe, and this is really the essence of my statement about legal standing, I believe the Carpenters Union is misusing CEQA in order to challenge this project. And as a result, I do not believe that it has legal standing. So I hope I've explained myself. I thank you very much for your attention. And I would like to request some opportunity after the public testimony to respond to any comments that might be made. Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Ostoich, certainly the proponent has an opportunity for rebuttal when public comment period is nearing its conclusion. So at this time, we'll open this up to public comments. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, the first one I have is Maggie Martin.
Hi, Charlene. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
First of all, let me say, ladies on the virtual dais, looking beautiful tonight. And Lieutenant Wickham, I don't know if you're still hearing any of this, but looking mighty fine yourself. So, Mr. Greiner, you took the wind out of my sails, sir, simply because of the settlement, which I'm sure is a good thing and is amicable and favorable to both sides. But I would have liked to have been a fly on the wall to know the details of that settlement, how that came about. It's really none of my business, but it does, since you guys were so adamant about not having the CarMax facility, I'm wondering what it was that, and this is a rhetorical question, of course, unless you care to answer down the line, but I'm wondering what it is that changed everybody, both parties' mind, involved in this business transaction. But I did want to say, I appreciated Councilmember Ramirez's questions, which were clear, concise. I don't know if this is redundant, to the point. And you know what? I stand by her completely on that, just like I do Ms. Gomez about having objections. However, the motives for Ms. Gomez's objections are probably very different than mine. Seeing how the Southwest Carpenters Union kicked in $5,000 to her campaign. My motives are very simple. As a 20+ year resident of Victorville, I don't, now this is, and by the way, I was not able to access the backup documentation on my very old, slow, worn out Android cell phone. So I didn't get an opportunity to kind of scan through that. And based on what Mr. Metzler said, that's probably a good thing because it would be way more to read than I possibly have time for. So what I'm going to issue to you, Madam Mayor and Council, and the parties involved is simply my quote unquote feelings, which are opinions, but they're really based on feelings. I believe we have enough used car dealers in Victorville. If you go down Amargosa, Palmdale, they're dotted on every corner. If you go, I'm trying to think where else, but in my opinion, and I offer it humbly and without full knowledge to the contrary, there seems to be enough. And the concern that I have primarily, Mr. Greiner, Honorable Council and Mayor Jones, is that area, and I still don't know by description where that is going to be exactly, because I believe Mr. Metzler mentioned early on in the area, and I believe he was referencing to the east, and I'm probably wrong, to the east of Intermount. I'm like, there ain't no vacant land there.
Your time
So
is
what
up.
I'm thinking, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
The next speaker is Stephen Graham.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can the council hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor and City Council, thank you again for the opportunity to comment on the CarMax Victorville project. I'm Stephen Graham. As you know by now, I'm an attorney representing the auto park at Valley Center, which is the auto center adjacent to the project. The businesses are pillars of the community, large tax generators, and property owners who have worked in good faith to create a world-class auto center for the city of Victorville. I want to echo David Griner's comments and confirm that my client's concerns with this project have been resolved amicably. The project now has my client's support. We wish them well and look forward to their grand opening. The final concern of the auto center is the existing restrictive zoning on the auto center's parcels. The auto center agrees with city staff that the restrictive zoning on the auto park is an issue best resolved separately from this project. A quick summary of that concern for our new council members. The auto center has some of the strictest zoning in the city, essentially obligating the properties to operate solely as new car dealerships. They cannot engage in the same business uses that other adjacent properties enjoy, including primary automobile sales, hotels, general retail, and government uses. The City Council has already directed staff to examine this issue and hopefully come back with a solution. We look forward to that process. So I won't take any more time. I'll just thank city staff for reaching out, CarMax's representatives, including Mr. Oystoich, and the council for giving us time to resolve those issues. Project has my client's full support, and I hope we can come back with a specific plan amendment that resolves my client's zoning issues as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graham.
The next speaker is Angel Esperanza.
Hi, good evening. It's Angel Esparza. Good evening, council members. Welcome the new council members here to the panel. It's good to see all women up there, women in power. So my name's Angel Esparza. I'm a member of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. I'm a 20+ year resident of the Victor Valley, and I live and work and recreate within the vicinity of this project. We believe that you will be negatively impacted by the environmental impacts of the project. We oppose the project since, among other things, the project environmental impact report fails to analyze or adequately mitigate for the project's greenhouse gas emissions. The project EIR relies upon the city's outdated climate action plan that does not comply with the current state mandates for a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Improperly relies upon the South Coast Air Quality Management District greenhouse gas emissions significance threshold for mixed-use projects. Unlawfully defers the development of mitigation measures for the project environmental impacts. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Esparza.
The next speaker is Gregory Kwan.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Okay, thank you. Good evening, council members. Thank you for the time. My name is Greg Kwan from RY Properties, representing also Civic Rogers. We're investors and developers in the Victorville area and own several parcels in and around that the Civic Center Shopping Center, Roy Rogers Shopping Center, and also the parcel that CarMax is purchasing. I just wanted to maybe, well, one, I wanted to express our support of the CarMax project, and also maybe share a little bit of information that, you know, being large landowners there, what we've experienced is a change in the market and commercial environment, and that a lot of the commercial retailers, that big box retailers that usually require large plots of lands have really cut back and changed their models. So the demand for commercial and retail development has diminished quite a bit. And so sometimes that changes the environment and what you have to do with the land and everything. So we believe that CarMax is a real good addition to that area. The location is very relevant, being right next to the other car dealers and actually being perceived as part of the car auto mall, so to speak. And also maybe I can take this chance to also maybe answer Councilwoman Ramirez's question earlier in the beginning. And she asked if there was anybody else, any other used car dealers that have inquired about the land. And the answer is no. CarMax is the first one to approach us about purchasing the land for a used car dealer. And so we're happy to work with them, and they've been very good and very professional, and I think made a good effort, and they'd be a great addition to the city of Victorville. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kwan.
The next speaker is Romero Rodriguez.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm 100% pro-business, 100%. You know, more jobs is good, especially this organization. Approximately, they'll give $900,000 a year for the general fund for the city. So it's you know, it's more money for them. Thing is, I'm worried about litigation. We should know what agreement this gentleman made with the other car dealerships. And I think beforehand, they should have first called to all the dealerships and let them know what was going on rather than surprise them and have Mr. Granier negotiate. What deals were made? Are they going to change the zoning for everything? Another thing that I noticed in some of the questions that were put by the gentleman that presented that 18-minute presentation about, you know, the place being vacant and whatnot. I purposely, in the last meetings, mentioned another property that's that I was throwing at it, that it was that place, that it was already worked on and everything. And nobody corrected me. They didn't know where the property was. We think it's there, and the council is voting now on the property. Now we got the graphs and everything showing exactly what's at. But when they were proving and voting for it, I was throwing, no, it's going to be over there. It's a Target and a Palmdale. And nobody challenged me. Nobody. They just mentioned, oh, it's a social address. But to say, no, you're talking about the wrong place. It's not there. But they're already voting to approve it without even knowing. This is the council voting on it without knowing where it was, and say, no, I don't think it's been worked on. And so that's one of the things. Now, what about the litigation that arise from this? If I was one of the dealers, you know, I would from the city, I would want to know something, a write-off from all the other dealers that they're not going to sue. And what is going to happen now that the city has these regulations and has these rules and has these laws for where you're supposed to have things. All of a sudden, you can just change it at will. And then afterwards, then you can change it afterwards. You can rezone it as you want. As long as you have the city council to do it, whether the other people that get affected are not informed about this. That's what I see, the legality about it. And why I see pretty much maybe just one guy, maybe all 9 or 10 people are with it, but one person's not with it. And that person, that organization, that corporation has the right to challenge it and to sue. And who pays for that? The city. I mean, we're full of lawsuits that we've settled for one up to $30 million. So we shouldn't be a fly on the wall to see what they talked about. We should know exactly what they talked about.
Your time is up.
And what the agreements were.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Those were all the speakers. I do have a couple letters that were sent in that is made for the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
And they've been posted and sent out that I will not read into the record. One was sent in from Leon Ramsey. Another was sent in from Dave Greiner. The other was sent from Stephen Graham. And those were all the letters that we did receive.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So now at this time, we're going to take rebuttal from the proponent. That's 5 minutes in an allotted time. Is the proponent on the phone, on the line?
Muted. You're muted. Okay, Mark Ostoich, thank you very much for giving me a moment. I only have a couple of things to say. One of the commenters questioned just how the dealers came to settle with CarMax regarding their differences. And all I want to say about that is that, as we all know, reasonable minds can differ. And reasonable minds did differ in this case, but what it took was a concerted effort to discuss and resolve our differences and to find common ground. And we did that, and we're very proud to have done it. And as I said, I want to thank again Mr. Greiner and Stephen Graham for their participation in that. It was critical. And one of the other commenters questioned how David Greiner could make a deal with us without involving the other dealers. Our agreement is with the Auto Dealers Association. So all of the auto dealers participated in this, and they are all on board. We are on board with them, and we're very, very pleased with the settlement. And then finally, one of the commenters, I didn't quite follow what he said, but I remembered his earlier comment. At the last meeting, he said that there was construction going on the site, which of course we know is not true. Tonight, he seemed to criticize us because he made that statement and no one corrected him. I just want to say that everybody in the room, everyone at the dais and all of us knew when he made that statement, he was talking about some other site. And we all know what site is in question and what the issues are on the CarMax site. So with that, I have no further comments in rebuttal. I thank you for the time. We thank you for your attention this evening. And we urge you to support our project so we can move forward for our mutual benefit. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Ostoich. All right, at this time, I'm going to bring this item back to the council, and will the clerk please read the title of the ordinance?
Ordinance number 2412, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Victorville, California, adopting an amendment to the Civic Center Community Sustainable Specific Plan, number PLN 18-052, a specific plan amendment with an environmental impact report to conditionally allow used automobile sales within the CC2 Civic Commercial District of the Civic Center Community Sustainability Specific Plan on a minimum 4 gross acre site.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So before the chair invites a motion, we had a speaker in the public hearing talk about the auto park, and it has remaining concerns that it hoped that the council would resolve within 90 days. So to the extent that that is not on the agenda this evening, and we won't be taking that up in a motion, certainly any council member, when we get to the item where we request agenda items, any council member would be free to make such a request.
Madam Mayor, could you formally close the public hearing? I'm not sure I heard you.
Oh, yes,
thank
you. Thank you, Mr. Dvorakowski. The public hearing is closed.
Thank you.
And yes, thank you. And so at this time, the chair invites a motion.
Honorable Mayor, I move that the City Council approve staff's recommendation to allow the moving of resolution 2114, 2115, 2116, Plan 18-0052, and the Seaward Report, and 20-103.
Thank you. So we have thank you very much, Member Ramirez. So we do have a first by Member Becerra and a second by Member Ramirez to approve staff's recommendation as stated by Liz Becerra. Is there any further discussion? And now at this point, the discussions are going to be more confined to the motion before us. So with that, are there any additional comments? And we can begin with Member Ramirez, with Member Becerra.
Madam Mayor, if I might interject, I wanted to make sure that Councilmember Becerra also did the introduction of ordinance 2412. I'm not sure I heard that with waiver further.
My apologies. Is that your interpretation?
Yep. Also to include ordinance 2412.
Thank you. Thank you. And we're getting Member Gomez, can I ask you to hold for just a moment? Thank you, Councilmember Gomez. All right, so Member Becerra, would you like to begin the discussion if you have any comments?
No comments.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Ramirez, do you have any comments to make?
Yes, I commend the fact that the Auto Park Association was able to negotiate an agreement with CarMax. And I'm very happy to say that with that agreement, it is a certain positive, successful for the future of Victorville. I'm very glad to welcome them to Victorville.
Thank you, Member Ramirez. Member Gomez, do you have any comments that you'd like to make?
Yes, I have 3 minutes, and I wish not to be interrupted during my 3 minutes. So the chair, I'm going to start. Please do not interrupt me. The chair has no extra voting power, and the position of the chair is to keep decorum and guide the meeting to smoothly run and not opine to what is to be entered or not to be entered into the record. I had a point of clarification. Nowhere in the city adopted policy, the Brown Act, or the Rosenberg rules are there any points to declare any policy situation to be entered into the record.
Member Gomez, will you share that right now we're on a comments for this motion? Would you like to proceed that way?
Yes, and I'm going to continue proceeding. For that matter, if you want to assert power, Ms. Jones, I ask you to cite policy, and don't ask me to cite policy when you don't model it. My next thing is this council member, I'm entering into the discussion.
Member Gomez, please move forward. Otherwise, I'm going to have to in a stricter way.
I have been, and you've interrupted me.
Councilmember Gomez will yield to the orders of the chair.
Are you going to start my time again because you're interrupting me and I don't know if I should continue on?
Councilmember Gomez, move forward.
So the next thing is that Councilmember Gomez does not concur with the conclusions of the RDEIR that the issues were established. And we have sub-issues that were discussed in section 6. They said they can be mitigated below a level of significance. This project is to conform to all applicable specific plan criteria. This project says will result in a potentially significant impact under the biological resources concern. It was stated earlier that all of them were underneath, but they failed to capture the one with the biological resources. Under the no project alternative, this project is to be developed with commercial use currently allowed under the Civic Center Community Sustainability Specific Plan. So I'm requesting to be given the accompanying CD on this item that is placed on page 551, which I did not receive. I don't know if any of the other council members did receive. You can leave it in my inbox and text me so I can come pick it up in the office. The other thing is, why weren't 100% of the opponents to CarMax brought to the table to have a discussion that was amicable and collaborative? I only heard that 50% of them were at the table. The other thing is, I'm going to leave you guys with this. I'm making a substitute motion, and the motion I want to bring is to sustain a majority decision to fall under the no project alternative to be developed with commercial use currently allowed under the Civic Center Community Sustainability Specific Plan that is found within the reporting of November 17th and to date of December 15th. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we have a substitute motion by Councilmember Gomez. Is there a second on that? There being no second, the motion dies. Member Gomez, if you have any additional time, did you wish to make more comments?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving, do you have any comments related to
Yes, I do. First of all, I'd like to say that it is nice and good to hear that CarMax wishes to come to our community. Furthermore, I'm very happy that the Auto Park Association came to an agreement with CarMax, and that is good to hear. I'd only like to say that as a possible new member to our community, that I would hope that you would impose a self-imposed aspirational local hire initiative. Furthermore, perhaps even you might engage in local business utilization, particularly when it comes to construction. But other than that, I like to say that it's good that you are planning to come to our community. And it's my hope that beyond sales tax, that the community at large will benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So as to the chair's remarks on this, I am so thrilled that from this, presuming that the council moves in favor of the motion before it, that the Auto Association and CarMax created a win-win situation, and who's going to benefit from that? The city of Victorville. And the revenue that could potentially come to our city will help us with libraries and jobs and parks and recs kinds of issues. Those are the things that are so near and dear to us. And as to the EIR, I'm so thankful that CarMax went above and beyond what it needed to do. It could have done a mitigated negative declaration, and it didn't. And then the information was made available to the public twice for a total of 90 days. That's just incredible. And it just tells me that CarMax went above and beyond. They did more than their due diligence on this. And so I can certainly expect that CarMax is going to put that same kind of energy and effort into its business here in Victorville, presuming that the council wishes to vote in favor of the motion. And I think that the plus on this as well is that CarMax is a company of very high reputation, and they're known to be very good to their employees. And listen, with CarMax coming to town, we've got a lot of good auto dealerships, and CarMax coming to town, for me, what is that going to do? That's going to really inspire us other businesses to want to invest in our community, and that's only a plus for us. So I want to thank our Planning Commission. Hats off for all of their work and their due diligence. Thank you to CarMax. Thank you to the Auto Association for working so very hard on this to make this work. And boy, what an example they are to our council about, having difficulties and yet being able to work through it so that it's a win-win for everyone. So with that, my comments conclude, and the discussion period is now closed. And so, Madam Clerk, at this point, I'll ask you to go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Becerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez?
Nay.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
Aye.
Mayor Jones?
Aye.
The motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
So with that, the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda as revised during the clerk's revision of the agenda. Congratulations. Welcome to our community. All right, next business in order is our calendar. And can we have all the comments muted so that we don't have the feedback? Okay, let's hope we're better. Thank you. All right, so items on this portion of the agenda include matters considered to be of a routine, administrative, or non-controversial nature and can be approved in one motion for the purpose of conserving time for other matters that may require discussion. Council members may, however, comment on consent calendar items or ask for minor clarification without the need for making motions to pull items for separate consideration. Any comment or clarifications shall necessarily be limited in nature. With that said, are there any, do council members have special requests? Okay, hearing no special requests. However, Member Becerra, you wished to abstain on one of the items on the consent calendar. Can you please note that for the record?
Number 4. Number 4.
Number 4. So if the clerk would kindly record Member Becerra's abstention on that item.
Yes.
So at this point, the chair invites a motion to approve each item on the consent calendar, items 2 through 5, as set forth on the agenda, in accordance to the recommendations set forth on the agenda.
Councilmember Gomez would like to pull one for comment.
Member Gomez, the time for special requests has passed, so I'll allow it, but in the future, once the chair asks for special requests, that would be the time to speak up, but please go ahead now.
As a point of clarification, I don't understand the terminology that you just used. It's new to me, but since you've defined that special requests mean to pull something, I am now aware of it. So I was not aware of that language, it's new.
It's fine. So special requests meaning, as I had just read about pulling items or making minor points for clarification, that would be the special request. So please feel free to go ahead, Councilmember Gomez.
Okay, so item number 4, which has to do with employees' monies. I've been watching that really close, and this time it's typically at 1.2 million. This time it went a little over at 1.3 million. So I wanted to ask staff, what happened? Was there like, and I'm going to call it a bailout, but I'm not sure what happened, but it went over $1 million. And that's just my understanding of looking at things and following patterns.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I'm not aware of any specific pattern here. Of course, this is a routine item that we're used to dealing with. And of course, everything contained in here falls within the approved expenditure plan. If it's slightly greater, I'm getting feedback.
Member Gomez, can you mute? Thank you.
I'm not the only one as a council member that's unmuted, so please just don't say Blanca Gomez.
Oh,
Member Gomez, my apologies. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. And excuse me, Member Ramirez, will you kindly mute?
Madam Mayor, if I might continue, if it's slightly greater or different than, say, the previous pay period, there could be a number of contributing factors, anything from overtime, there could be vacation payouts, there could also be overtime associated with public safety, either responding to a strike team or just taking on additional hours. As, for example, recently we stood up a medic squad to help improve our medic response collectively throughout the city because of the demand on the 911 system here locally. So that could be a reason as well. This is not intended to be a fixed number every time we bring it forward to you. It does vary depending upon just the natural activity and operation of what we do here in the city.
Okay, I have a point of inquiry. I know Becerra abstains from this, but is she going to remove herself so she doesn't listen to the conversation, or is she allowed to stay in the room? This is for the attorney.
Sure. Well, I can answer that as the chair. So this is not a conflict of interest, so she need not remove herself. This is just she's choosing to abstain.
Okay, it was my understanding when you asked for conflict of interest that she voiced her concern, so that's on the record. My next question is,
Councilmember Gomez, for clarification, and I did correct her at that point and told her that when we got to this item, she could abstain, that it wasn't a true conflict of interest.
okay, it wasn't my understanding that that's what it was, but if you have to correct it for her so the record reflects it, so then be it. But the next thing is,
it was new verbiage for me too. I didn't understand it.
Member, yes.
It was new verbiage for me too.
Member Gomez has the floor. Better.
Okay, the other thing I'm really concerned about what I'm seeing about $1 million is it just came to my attention, and perhaps it's falling on this item, that member Becerra was making over $70,000 just in overtime. That concerns me because that wasn't being reflected. So I don't know if that was part of some of the items that we pulled here, or that was beforehand when we conducted the furloughs and we went from 36 to 40 hours. So I wanted to reflect that and make the record reflect that. Another thing that I needed to reflect, which is the same thing with item 4, was that we had a lot of supervisorial positions, including her own, and they were hiring a lot of the high schoolers and giving them full-time jobs in the community services departments with a lot of these heads. So I want to make sure that's reflected on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And
may I speak on that, Mayor Jones?
Member Becerra, it's not necessary at this point, although I understand your concern, and I am going to make a statement that it's improper to impugn the character or motives of any council member. So, and that certainly applies to Member Becerra. Thank you. So, with that said, the chair invites a motion to take action in accordance with the recommendations set on the consent calendar, items 2 through 5.
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
I second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Member Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Nay.
Councilmember Ramirez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
And you know what? And my apologies, Madam Clerk. Were there any public comments on this?
No.
Thank you. My apologies. All right. So that passes. We have taken action in accordance with the recommendations set out on each item on the consent calendar. Next business in order is written communications, and we're going to begin with item 6. And that is the Bear Valley Road Bridge over BNSF Railroad Project design support during construction. Mr. Metzler, will you kindly tee up the item?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yeah, this item is actually helping us progress closer to the start of construction. Of course, you're aware that there are 2 major roadway improvement projects that we're working on. Green Tree over the BNSF connecting to Yucca Loma is one. This item is actually dealing with the much needed widening of the Bear Valley Bridge over the railroad tracks. And very generally put, this project is proposing the addition of 1 lane in each direction, effectively widening the bridge. But also probably one of the most important elements, I think, is adding a second double left going easterly on Bear Valley, a double left onto Ridgecrest Boulevard, as you're probably very familiar with that intersection, especially at 5 o'clock in the afternoon on a weekday. Traffic backs up fairly dramatically there. So this project is intended to directly help allow for more stacking, more queuing, to eliminate the backup of traffic as far back as Industrial Boulevard. So much needed improvement. We've actually been awarded a number of grant programs and grant funds, including Highway Bridge Project money, STIP money. Actually, development impact fee money will be used along with this. The project has been designed. We've actually bid the design for construction. And we're actually, I'm sorry, strike that. We have actually retained a construction management company to do the constructability review. As we proceed with the construction, it's always helpful to have an engineer on board in case there are modifications that have to occur resulting from the constructability review or perhaps even out in the field. So effectively, this item extends our relationship with Dockin Engineering, who was the original engineer on the project, to have them available on an as-need basis as the project moves forward. With that, the author on this item is your city engineer, Brian Gangler. To the extent I missed anything or said something inaccurately, I'll go ahead and allow him to provide statements.
Thank you, Mr. Gangler. Do you have anything to offer?
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, the only thing that I would add to what Mr. Metzler said was the bridge will be widened on both sides so that there will be shoulders and the lanes will be a little wider. Right now, the lanes are slightly narrow. We're not really adding 2 through lanes per se. There are 3 through lanes in each direction now, but as Mr. Metzler said, one of the biggest benefits will be adding that second left from Bear Valley Road to Ridgecrest Road, which tends to back up and exacerbate the congestion. And there will be intersection improvements both at Industrial Boulevard and at Ridgecrest Road that will widen the intersections and make them operate better. And that's about all I have to add.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
That the City Council approve resolution number 20-110, amending the fiscal year 2020 through 2021 budget appropriating $139,448 to Fund Number 352, Road Service Development Impact Fee for the Bear Valley Road Bridge over BNSF Railroad Project, account number 3524500-55135-60014, and to approve amendment number 1 to the consultant professional services agreement with Dawkin Engineering for the Bear Valley Road Bridge over BNSF Railroad Project for design support during construction in amount not to exceed of $139,448.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And so as we have posted on our agenda, the background data and analysis, we're going to move on to the question period from council members. So do we have, I'll open it up. Do we have technical questions for clarification? We'll begin with Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you. Member Gomez, do you have questions?
Yes. So my question is, did the city anticipate this cost that we're going to be approving tonight? And it appears to be an extra cost. Would you be able to explain?
Brian Gangler, city engineer, you want to help explain the fiscal impact on this particular item?
Yes, I can. And this was an anticipated cost, although we didn't know exactly what the cost would be, say, a year ago. And one thing we also didn't know is exactly when the project would be advancing to construction. That was dependent on securing a couple grants. One of them was a highway bridge program grant, which we did get. And so now the project can move forward into construction. And so at that point, we requested that the designer give us an estimated fee for what it would take to support the construction. So we did anticipate it, but we didn't know exactly how much it would cost or exactly when the project would advance to construction.
Member Gomez, did you have further questions?
No, we lost her.
Oh, Member Gomez, I don't know if you can hear us. We seem to have lost you, so we'll wait a moment to see if we can get you back on board. She's frozen on my screen.
Okay, we have to, let's see. Oh, lost her again.
Okay, so Member Gomez, are you there?
Yes. I missed his explanation.
Okay, Mr. Gangler, can you give that a go again, please?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Basically, we did anticipate the cost for the design support during construction. We didn't know exactly how much that cost would be. And we also didn't know exactly when the project would advance to construction. The reason is we were waiting to get a grant, a federal grant, a highway bridge program fund. And once we got that, then we knew the project would be able to advance to construction. And then we requested that the design firm, Dawkin Engineering, submit us a proposal for the fee to support the construction. So that's why it wasn't in the original budget.
Okay, and did staff require any assistance from homeowners to assist in the construction ease of the project?
No, we haven't received any assistance from homeowners.
It's my understanding that at least one homeowner in Victorville was approached to create the ease, but that didn't go through. You didn't need his help anymore?
This project doesn't affect any single-family residences. They're all commercial properties in the vicinity of the project.
Okay. And my next question is the city still requesting proposals? If you look at page 1554, where the city of Victorville is soliciting proposals for the completion of environmental work and final design, is why I asked the question.
No, we're not seeking any more proposals for professional services for this project.
So when I read that, if you can turn, or if you can help me out with that, because as I said, 1554 is asking for that. And perhaps it's just there's lacking of delineation to show a past versus a future. Or when I read the records, I like to have information. And if that's not the case, would you turn to that page and let me know how my understanding should be corrected? So when I read another document, I actually have your version and not my understanding of it.
Well, there was a history in this project of seeking proposals
Will all council members mute their
for
mic?
both the design consultant and a construction management consultant. But we are not currently seeking any proposals, but we have sought proposals for professional services for this project in the past.
Okay, that concluded my question, but going on forward, I would like to understand if there's a little tag of sorts that would prompt council members to understand that this is no longer a current action that's in the process, but it's more historical. That's not what I see here when I'm looking at this, but maybe it's just the way that I'm reading it, right? I'm just reading it probably decontextualized. I see that there's November 29, 2012. And so probably that would be a given, but it's not. And that's why I'm glad I asked. Thank you for that clarification. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Ramirez, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving, do you have any questions?
Thank you. No questions.
Thank you. And the chair has no questions. With that said, we're going to go ahead and move into the public comment period. Madam Clerk, are there any questions, any requests to comment?
There are no speakers.
Thank you. With that said, the chair invites a motion. Pardon me. So with that said, the chair invites a motion on this item.
Madam Mayor, I move that we accept on item 6, staff's recommendation of resolution 21-110 for approval.
Councilwoman Gomez seconds it.
Thank you, Councilmember Gomez, but Member Becerra, did you wish to include in your motion point 2 in the recommendation?
For consulting, for pay for the #1 consulting of professional services and agreement with Doken Engineering?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes, thank you. All right.
1 and 2.
Member Gomez, do you wish to still make that a second?
Councilmember Gomez seconds it.
Thank you very much. So we have a first by Member Becerra, a second by Member Gomez to take action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda. Are there any further comments? And we'll begin with Member Becerra.
No further comment.
Thank you. Member Gomez, do you have any comments?
Not at the moment, thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Ramirez, any comments?
No comments.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has none. So the discussion period is now closed. With that, Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez?
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
Aye.
Mayor Jones?
Aye. Thank you very much, So the council has indeed taken action in accordance with the staff recommendation. We're going to now move on to item number 7. Mr. Metzler, will you tee up this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item involves the reconstruction or ultimate reconstruction of one of your 2 runways out at the Southern California Logistics Airport. As you know, as a part of the base closure, we inherited a runway system that comprises both runway 1735, which is your primary runway, and then of course, runway 321 is your crosswind alternate runway. Currently, runway 1735 is 15,000 lineal feet. And actually in both cases, as we inherited the airport system, we've run into a number of challenges just with respect to what the actual Air Force designed and constructed and operated with, not to mention the useful life of those runway systems. And altogether, we have a system that requires a lot of attention, especially considering the difference in the type of aviation activity we currently undertake compared to that of how the Air Force operated. Saying it differently, when the Air Force did operate out of George Air Force Base, you largely saw a lot of smaller, lighter aircraft. F4 was one of the retired aircraft when that base closed down. And of course, now you see out there some of the largest commercial carriers flown around the country, including, I believe it's about 8 or 9 Airbus A380s currently sitting out at the airport park, being parked and maintained, waiting for the economy to come back and to go up into service. So with that, the type of runway system that we have requires continuous maintenance and upgrade. We've been focusing our attention for the last several years on your primary runway 1735, having reconstructed about 6,000 feet already, and we have about another 4,000 feet to go. So with that, this particular item is being largely funded by the FAA. We're fortunate to be a part of their AIP program, where we receive 90% money, basically requiring 10% match from the airport operating fund. And with that, we've gone through the design process, we've gone through the award of construction process for this phase 3, and effectively this item is dealing particularly now with the retaining of a construction management and inspection services firm, effectively to have somebody overseeing the actual construction and making sure what is actually built out there is built to the design specifications that we've actually completed. So with that, the author on this item is your airport director, Mr. Eric Ray. He's certainly available for any additional questions or comments that you might have that I may not be able to answer.
Mr. Ray, do you have anything for us?
No, ma'am. Mr. Metzler covered it very thoroughly.
Thank you. All right, at this
Thank you.
point, yes, Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
That the Board of Directors accept the selection of Burns and McDonnell Engineering Company Incorporated at the Southern California Logistics Airport Qualified Engineer Services Firm, Project CC 21-015, and approve the award of a standard consultant professional services provider agreement to Burns and McDonnell Engineering Company in the amount not to exceed $902,243.34 for construction management and inspection services in support of the runway 1735 rehabilitation phase 3 project CC 20-065.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, the chair invites technical questions for clarification from the council. We will begin with Member Gomez.
Does the airport or any other staff involved with the project know if there are going to be any subcontractors being contracted by the person that the majority will be approving here, Mr. Burns and another name? Yeah, so it's McDonald Burns Engineering Company.
Yes, ma'am. That is true. The staff report doesn't even mention it, that indeed there are subcontractors. The subcontractors in particular are lean engineering. Just 1 second here.
Members, kindly mute your audio. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. There are at least 3 subcontractors, subconsultants that will be working for Burns and McDonald.
Thank you. My next question is the nearly $1 million that's going to be spent from the airport operating funds and the federal grant. Has there been any cost analysis comparison with other airports as to the cost and the duration of the runways project?
Well, let me just make the comment that very little of this money is coming out of the airport operating budget, only a small portion of it. And the biggest reason for that is that the last grant we received, to a total of about 7.7 million, was required no match. So it's 100% federal dollars. That notwithstanding, we care about how we spend every dollar, and we certainly are very careful to spend it wisely. Part of the FAA's requirement to make sure that we go through an appropriate process here to find not just a highly qualified firm, the highly qualified firm that meets our DBE requirements, but also a qualified DBE meeting firm that is cost effective. So they have a process in place called the independent cost estimate, which we further detailed. It's set forth by an FAA advisory circular on how to do that. We've went through that process. The independent cost estimate came up to just over $1 million, $1,020,000. So actually the price that came in for Burns and McDonald was below what the independent cost estimate came in. FAA will accept a number that is up to 10% higher than what the contractor's price is. In this case here, Burns and McDonald came in less than the independent cost estimate. So we feel we've not only met the FAA requirement, but we've also feel we've met the municipal code requirement for procurement of this service.
When is the expected date of completion for these project areas that the council sees on page 1719? I'm supposing that there's 2 projects, or at least 2 areas for 17135, I believe.
Yes. Not to confound the issue, but there's 2 separate components. One is what you've approved last meeting, which was the actual construction. That's the contractor's contract, his agreement could do the construction. This being for the professional services to oversee and manage. But they run concurrent, obviously. The construction manager is going to be there during the time that the contractor's there. The project kickoff date is January 5th, and it's expected to last 210 days.
Member Gomez, do you have anything further?
Yeah, I was having issues with my video. The next question is, how did the selection of Burns and McDonald Consultant Services come about? I asked this because it seems that the Runway project is probably going to be taking a few years to complete this particular project.
We have, again, outlined that in the staff report, how we went through a detailed process. That process is outlaid by FAA Advisory Circular 150-5100-14E. And in that process, we went out for essentially a month-long solicitation period where we advertised to meet both the federal and the local requirements. Upon receiving the proposals, we had a selection committee that went through the proposals. With a defined method of specifically looking at the task and the performance areas required, all the members of the selection committee went through and determined the most qualified company. Burns and Mac was that company. the next step was we went through a process by which we then procured a cost estimate from the most qualified company, which was Burns and McDonnell. And then I think I've explained the part of the independent cost estimate, how we verified the appropriateness of that fee.
Member Gomez, do we have you? Member Gomez, I don't see your audio. Are you with us? Excuse me, I don't see your video. Are you with us? I can't hear you, Member Gomez.
I said I'm having difficulties now with my video.
Okay.
But he responded, it was the same question that he had already responded to formally, so I got that part of it.
Terrific. Did you have any further questions, Member Gomez?
No.
Thank you. Member Ramirez, do you have any questions? Member Ramirez, thank you.
No questions.
Thank you. Member Becerra, any questions?
It's just a confirmation from Mr. Ray. Mr. Ray, if I'm gathering 7.7 million in federal funds, these subcontractors have to be DIR registered, correct? And
That's
they have to
correct.
follow federal guidelines of pay for all of these subcontractors, correct? So whether they're local subcontractors or federal subcontractors, they all must follow federally funded wage decisions, correct?
That's correct.
And all that backup paperwork's in the paperwork that you submitted from McDonald's and Burns?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
And
thank you.
I might add that as a part of our purchasing process, our purchasing department confirms DIR numbers through the state's website as well.
Yes, sir. They also check when they check in and everything like that. I'm just checking to make sure nothing's changed since I worked for the city. That's what I've
Yes.
made in wages. Thank you, sir.
You certainly understand. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Did you have any other questions?
No other questions. That's it. Just confirming.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Irving, do you have any questions?
I actually have just a comment. I was rather delighted. I was reading in the backup
Hold your
material.
thought. Member Irving, hold your thought until we take the comments.
Okay, very good. Oh, well, I do have a question. Hold on.
Yeah.
The DBEs that are participating, are they a part of our local market area?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you repeat the question,
The
please?
DBEs that are participating, are they a part of the local market area?
I guess that depends on how you define local. They are in the Southern California area. All the companies are in the Southern California area. None of them are based out of the high desert, though.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Anything further, Member Irving? All right, and the chair has no questions at this time. We're going to move to the public comment period. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
There are no speakers.
All right, very good. At this time, then the chair invites a motion on this item.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, I motion to move that the Board of Directors for the airport accept Burns and McDonnell's Engineering Company of Southern California Logistic Effort Qualifying Engineering Firm Project CC21-015 and approve the Burns and McDonnell's not to exceed in the amount of $902,243.34 for the support of the Runway 1735 Rehabilitation Phase Project 3 CC20-065. Did I cover it? Madam?
Yeah.
Okay.
You did. Thank you, Member Becerra. Is there a second?
I learned quick.
Yes, you did. Yeah. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed to discussion germane to the motion just made. We'll begin with the mover. Ms. Becerra. Any comments, Member Becerra?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Irving, any comments?
Yes, it was just a positive comment. I noticed that there was a required DBE participation goal at 10%, and Burns and McDonnell came in at 13.7% for their commitment. Very good. And also, I want to thank my colleague, Councilwoman Becerra, for clarifying that Davis-Bacon prevailing wages. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Ramirez, do you have any comments?
No comment.
Thank you very much. Member Gomez?
Yes, I need to add for the record so that record reflects that my detailed questioning is because the city of Victorville during the second term around 2018 did not follow the Bacon rules. And so I was making sure that we are entitled to oversee what is happening with subcontractors. We got into trouble and we got slapped with a settlement, and that cost the city money, so the procedures were not the same. Andre DeBernowski remembers this very clearly, where we were talking about state versus federal. And so these questions are very integral and very important to continue to be reminded. Nothing has continued to be the same. And we saw that in 2018, I think it's 2018, 2019, when the city got in trouble for not following those precise provisions. Thank you.
Okay, and the chair has no comments. The discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Becerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez?
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
Aye.
Mayor Jones?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has just taken action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda. Next, on the agenda that we're going to take up is item number 8. This is the presentation of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And council, before we do this, probably we'll take up a few more items and then we'll take a short break because we've been at this for a long time, just so you know. So again, with item number 8, we're at the presentation of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Mr. Metzler, will you kindly tee up this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item particularly is a long time coming, and we certainly appreciate you having directed us to proceed in the development of a Parks and Rec Master Plan. It's something that allows us to be much more formal in our thought, not only in maintaining our Parks and Rec programs, but also gives us an opportunity to be more formal in how we plan our improvements going forward, including capital improvements. This item particularly has gone through a fairly extensive process involving community workshops, inviting members of the community to participate in the development of this plan. We also worked very closely with the CSAC, the Community Services Advisory Committee. So with that, there's been an extensive amount of work that's gone into it. Janelle Davidson is your deputy city manager overseeing this department that has led this effort. And I believe she'd like to add and introduce the actual representative from Greenplay who is responsible for helping us develop this master plan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Mayor and City Council members, before you this evening is the proposed adoption of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan as prepared by our project consultant, Greenplay LLC. Prior to this effort, it had been over 10 years since the last master plan was approved by the City Council, and it had been approximately 3 years since the recreation staff had conducted a needs assessment in 2017. The master plan before you this evening is the first of its kind as far as I know. It will serve as a planning document that provides the city with an analysis and tools that will guide our future decisions in capital and operational expenditures. Fortunately, we got started with the on-site portions of this project prior to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. And that is a big part of the reason why this project is coming back to you on schedule. If approved this evening, it will be completed within 12 months of our initial kickoff meeting, which was originally estimated in the project proposal. With that, I'd like to introduce you to our project consultant lead, Mr. Dan Cedar with Greenplay. He'll introduce his project team, and they are going to provide us with an overview of the project, as well as the resulting findings and recommendations. Dan?
Thank you, Janelle. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council, for allowing us to present our plan tonight. I'm going to share my screen. I have a PowerPoint of about 25 slides. It should be a 15 to 20-minute presentation to just give you an overview of the process that led through this master plan up to the recommendations. And then we planned on taking questions after that if you have any questions. So I'm going to share the screen right now. And just by a nod of a head, can you see my screen? All right, thank you very much. So I'll introduce the project team. Again, my name is Dan Cedar with Greenplay. I was the project manager for this project. Greenplay has been doing master plans now for over 20 years. Teresa Jackson was our project consultant that assisted me, and she is joining us tonight, as well as Dave Peterson, who did a lot of your inventory, level of service, and GIS analysis. And then, and he is with us tonight as well. Art Thatcher is our principal in charge, who worked with us throughout the entire project. And he actually has another presentation tonight with another community. So he is not in attendance with us tonight. Joining us also is K2A. K2A is a landscape firm that helped us out. They did a big portion with your infill and looking at opportunities there, as well as maintenance analysis. We have Mike Singleton and Matt Wilkins. And then the third part of our team, down in the bottom right-hand corner of this first slide, is RRC Associates. RRC Associates put together and conducted the community survey that was a part of this project. And they've worked with us for over 19 of our 20 years in doing surveys. So there we go. So what I'm going to review tonight is just the process that we went through with the master plan. I'll give you a recap of the public input in the survey. Dave will provide some of the analysis with the inventory level of service. We'll talk about the benefits of parks to your community, and then we will outline those goals and objectives, as well as the action plan items, and then we plan on answering any questions you may have. This first slide talks about our master planning process, and this was just to give you an idea of kind of the key areas that we went through along the master plan. There's 4 stages of public engagement, and during each of these stages we did an open public meeting, whether that was with CSAC or a meeting that was set up on as a special meeting. As you can see, we're stage 4, which is our final plan and presentation tonight, that would then lead to implementation, adoption of the plan, and then implementation and taking it forward. But we did start out with that strategic kickoff where we identified our critical success factors and met with the city project team. That led to our information gathering, where we came into town and conducted our meetings that led to the development of the survey. We then presented the findings from the survey, along with the inventory level of service analysis and analysis with programming and operations and maintenance. We presented our draft recommendations back in, I believe it was November, of the master plan, and then we took that input we received and developed the final plan. And again, Janelle talked to the schedule. We started back up. This is just showing you kind of the whole process we went through. We started December of 19 with our SKO, and we originally had the final plan to be adopted by November, possibly knowing we'd go into December, and we were able to pull that off. So that strategic kickoff, again, December of 2019, with the community engagement and our information gathering that took place between December of 2019 to June of 2020. And as you are all aware, in March, we were hit with the big COVID delay, which actually was good timing, I guess you could say, on our part for this master plan, as that is when our survey was going out. And the one thing we found out with COVID, with all of the master plans we're working on throughout the community, is that we were getting good results from our surveys. And Victorville was one of those that was right at the start of COVID. And so we did have a delay in terms of getting all of our other analysis and everything done, just in terms of the community meetings and those types of things. But we were able to work through that and still hit our deadline. The findings report was back in July of 2020, and then we did that through an open public meeting via Zoom. The draft report, I misspoke. I was thinking November, but it was October of 2020. And again, that was via Zoom. And then here we are tonight with the final report and adoption. And so a recap of the public input and what we did in the information gathering. And I did see some familiar faces when I did my one-on-one meetings, executive meetings, as well as those that attended some of our stakeholder groups. Back in January 27th and 28th, we were out on site, myself and Teresa did a tour of your system. We conducted our stakeholder interviews and our focus group meetings. And we concluded with an open public meeting on the evening of January 28th. With the CSAC group. During that time, Dave was out on site along with KTUA going through your entire park system. Mike and Matt were also in attendance with us during these meetings. And Dave went through every single one of your parks and looked at all of your amenities and your facilities and gathered all that information that he'll report on. These were the big priorities that came about from those community meetings that then led to the development of the survey. And I should have talked to that on the previous slide. All that information we gathered through those community meetings and through the stakeholder sessions and through those executive one-on-one interviews that we conducted led to the development of the survey. But as you can look here, I'm not going to read everything out, but these were the kind of the priorities that came up that we heard the most when we were out on site: health and safety, taking care of what you have, community and family-based organizations, the history of Victorville, keeping your kids safe and engaged and in programming, increasing the use of your park systems. The community survey, this slide just gives you an idea of the methodology. There's 2 parts to the survey, and hopefully all of you took part in either filling out a statistically valid survey that might have been mailed out to your home. That was through a random sample, or there was the open link option where you could just go on and take the survey. But as you can see, we had 2 options. The statistically valid was mailed out to basically a random sampling of your community. Once those surveys were in the community for approximately 2 weeks, we then provided an open link survey that anyone in the community could fill out. And as you can see, that open link survey, along with the invitation sample survey, resulted in 1,137 completed surveys, which is a very, very good number in terms of what we see with these master plans and what we've done in other communities. So RRC was very happy with the results that came through of this survey process. I have 2 slides here to kind of show you the key findings that came about from the surveys. On your upper left-hand side, the park users. Hook Park, Sunset Ridge Park, and the Hook Community Center were your most used parks and recreation facilities as identified through the respondents. Bottom left-hand side, what is important? Trails, pathways, and community neighborhood parks were most important facilities, along with your youth sports programs and your special events as being the most important programs to those households. Upper right-hand corner, level of satisfaction. Generally, the respondents were satisfied with the overall quality of events, programs, parks, and facilities provided by the city, but we did see that safety and cleanliness at your parks is one of the biggest concerns that came about. Future facility needs, improving your amenities, additional trails, trail connectivity, splash pad, water features, or aquatic facilities, anything related to water and playgrounds were identified as the most important facility needs for the community over those next 5 to 10 years. And then again on the key findings, trails and pathways were the most important amenity to the households in Victorville. However, most of the households do not feel the trails and pathways offered in Victorville are meeting the needs of the community at this time. Bottom left hand, communication. This was just identifying where people receive their information and how they receive their information. And your rec pages, activity guide, and brochure is the most preferred method to receive your information. Email from the city and the city website were also popular. And we also did, just through the results, we were able to identify basically percentages on how people receive their communication. And overall in Victorville, there's a wide variety of ways that people receive and want their communication from the city. Values and vision, providing a high level of safety and security in your facilities is what it was considered most important purpose of Parks and Recreation in Victorville, ensuring that the parks and recreation opportunities are accessible to all your residents, followed that. And then what would increase usage in your parks? Better safety and security, more lighting, better maintenance of your parks and facilities would increase the use. So benefits of parks to your community. We like to show this slide. This is something we look at nationally. NRPA, National Recreation Parks Association, shows this. And and really the impact of having a good parks and recreation system in your community and how it impacts other factors that relate to the city in terms of your livability, the health and wellness of your community, the environment, the economic development, and just society in general. And I think just through COVID, I think we've all realized how important parks and recreation play a role in our communities, whether we have trails or just areas where people can get out of their house, recreate, take time to meditate, to just be in the environment and get away from things. We've noticed, and just through our master plans going on right now, that there's definitely increase of usage in the parks, especially when COVID first hit. And we've seen that throughout. And I think this is one of the things we really want to stress with your city as well, is the impact of a good parks and recreation system and how that can have overall with your city, and in terms of livability, bringing people into your community, and developing a good solid community foundation around your park system. Parks inventory and level service. I'm going to pass this over to Dave to cover a couple of these slides.
Good evening. And like Dan said, we were lucky and were able to come to town prior to COVID. So I did get to go visit all of your parks. We create digital maps using iPads and technology similar to Google Maps, if you will. We use GIS to create these digital maps and map where all your parks are across the city. You can go to the next slide, please, Dan. Like you said, we went out and visited every park. I took lots of pictures, hundreds of pictures of your parks. I thought it was interesting that a lot of my thoughts as I went out to the parks were very similar to what we heard in the public meetings and then again in the survey. And it really comes down to maintenance and taking care of what you have seemed to be a really important factor that we were seeing out in your parks. This need to standardize picnic tables and shelters, and there just seems to be a lot of variety, and it maybe be more cost effective to have some standards. A few of these things you've already addressed. So when we were there before the skate park was developed even. So we're celebrating the fact that the skate park was built. And generally the indoor facilities were I guess you would say a little disappointing. So definitely the indoor facilities needed some improvement. Next slide, please. We do what we call a level of service analysis. So we go out and we score all those parks. We give them a qualitative scoring, and we create these maps. And really what these maps represent is the darker the orange, the higher the level of service. So if you imagine, if you live in a certain area in town, your level of service is based on kind of that shade of orange. So the darker the orange, the higher the level of service. And really what that amounts to is the more things that you have access to and the better things that you have access to. You may have access to a single park with a playground and a piece of open turf, or you may have access like this red circle here kind of in the middle, where you have access to several different parks and many different components. So level of service kind of goes beyond what is my closest park to my house, but what do I really have access to within, say, a mile of my house? So that's what this map represents. Areas in gray represent areas in town where people have to go beyond a mile to get to a park and recreation facility. We also have shown schools. Schools were not factored into this, but those could be potential partners in the future. And we also factored in or are showing here city properties that are currently undeveloped. And so we know that the city has some of these properties that may be utilized in the future. Next slide, please. There's a big push recently to develop a 10-minute walk standard. We know that in Victorville, walkability is not very prevalent, if you will. People get in their cars and drive. But we wanted to take that look at your system and see kind of what percentage of the people actually have walkable access to say, a neighborhood park in their neighborhood. We found that 34% kind of meet this target value of having access to what we would consider a typical neighborhood park. And 10% kind of live outside of that purple area, but live within walking distance of something. And nearly 56% of the population probably has to get in their car and drive to a park, or get on a bike and ride to their park. And then a lot of this kind of feeds into the next section, which K2A looked at, which really looks at how do we deal with these parks? What are things, what improvements we can make to these parks? Are there ways that we can redevelop our parks? The other thing that we saw was trails were huge in the survey. The number one thing that people wanted, and K2A looked closer at those. And so I think that's the next slides.
Yep. I'll let Mike or Matt take on these next couple of slides with the infill.
Sure, I'll quickly go over it. It's always less expensive for you to take an existing park and make sure it's used to its fullest extent without causing problems of, crowdedness or parking problems. So what we look for is if there's infill opportunities in the park. It doesn't mean that area is not being used for some general passive open space work, but it generally points out the ability to maybe fit in some other facilities within an existing park system. So the areas that are shown in orange are number 1 and 2. We match that up against some of the typical recreation facilities where you may have a need or a shortage for. We indicate the square footage that it's likely to be, and if there's a dot in that column, it means it could actually fit into those particular area 1 or area 2. However, these aren't necessarily recommendations because it really needs to be looked at a neighborhood level and at a park design level as to what can fit in there. But as you're looking to maybe expand certain amenities throughout your system, you look for the areas that may have the most shortages, and then you look for the infill capability, and then you match them up that way. So this is just one way of being a less expensive way to increase recreation. To increase parks, you need more parkland, but to increase recreation programs, you just need to increase amenities. So you want to go on the next slide? One of the things that's pretty common these days is that in surveys that most people say pretty much close to 65 to 70% of survey results indicate that what people like to do in parks is actually walk, run, ride a bike, jog, skate, or push a stroller. So you add all those up at 70%, you can see it's one of the number 1 needs. Now, we always say also that your recreation experience doesn't have to start at your car door in a parking lot in a park. It could start at your home. So if you are close enough to a actual park, the entire route getting to that park can be part of that recreational experience. So these samples are just where we've identified ways to get to the park that could be identified. There are a number of trails that you can see out there. They're not formal trails, but people have walked in those particular directions. But you provide the neighborhood with another way of getting to the park without actually needing to drive there and leave their car in the parking lot. And these can also hook up to larger regional trail systems that you could look at. We do recommend that a trails master plan be done for your city. And what's really key on that is if you have future development that may occur within some of these areas by a park or a future park, trying to work in advance before you go through the discretionary permit approval process to have them dedicate a trail or even improve the trail as part of the conditional use process for that. So they're very important, valuable things as your city continues to grow to catch those opportunities when those opportunities come along with new development. And that should do it for me.
Yep, that is perfect. All right, and so the next, so really, before I jump into the next slides, all of what we have done up until the point that I'm getting ready to cover right now are what we would consider the tools that we use to put together those goals and objectives in an action plan. The survey isn't the be all end all, the information gathering isn't the be all end all, but we gather all of that information and use those as tools as we work through this process to develop our goals and objectives for this master plan. So what we've done, and this is in the executive summary of the master plan, if you want to look at it into more detail, we've really taken all of the information we've heard and put them into 4 categories. And those categories are organizational, programs and services, facilities and amenities, and finance. And under each of those categories, we have really our goals and objectives and our action items. And each category could have anywhere from 1 to 3 or 4 objectives, along with 1 to 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 action items. And so I will not be going through every single one of those action items, but I am showing you an example right here of how that objective looks like. And so this is the first objective of 1.1 that does fall under organizational, where our action item or the objective is to improve the partnerships and joint use agreements. And really this is to, look at what you're currently doing and how you can make those improvements with the schools to increase the indoor use of facilities or the use of more fields, be more cooperative in your community, and be able to offer more access and programming to the youth. And then we provide, if there are capital cost estimates, we do list those. If there aren't, which a lot of these may not have them, it's listed as an NA. We identify any operational budget impact. And then we have time frame to complete. And we list these as short-term, mid-term, and long-term. Short-term would be the 0 to 3 years. And as you can see on this bottom right hand, we may list some of these short terms as priorities. And that just means those are ones you really want to look at accomplishing right now. So the short term is 0 to 3 years. That midterm, you're looking at that 4 to 6 year time frame. And then your long-term time frame to complete would be that 7+ years. So under organizational, we've hit the following objectives. The first one is improve that partnership and joint use agreements. The next one would be reevaluating and addressing your staffing levels, just really looking at the staff, the current needs in your parks and recreation, knowing we've got some deferred maintenance we have to deal with. Are we staffed correctly? There are comparisons and metrics out there that you can look at through the NRPA, where you can look at other cities of similar sizes and budgets and look at their staffing levels. One thing we always say is, it's hard to compare those as apples to apples, just because you're not 100% sure the subsidy levels and all the intricacies of those budgets and analysis, but it does give you an idea of where you can fall in line. So we do have some recommendations to look at that. The next one is creating a vision and mission for the city parks and recreation. We know that the city just went through that process. And so now it's taking that vision and mission project from the city and taking that to the department level and improving that vision and mission for the actual department so that they can move forward and have those goals and objectives to work towards. Continuing to improve internal communication. Here, we're just looking at an internal plan. You have the recreation, the library department, and knowing that the parks division is now moving under the public works department. We really need to know that these departments all are communicating together. They have a common goal. They know what those maintenance standards are and being able to address those in the community. So that is definitely a big part of this process with the communication. And then continuing to improve your marketing and outreach to your community. You do have a PIO with the city. And so it's just continuing to work with the PIO, understanding from that survey and from the information we gather from the community on how people receive their information, making sure that you are marketing and you're reaching all the members of your community and that you do have a plan in place and continuing to revise that plan and improving it. Programs and services. Here are the objectives that we're looking at is creating a formal services assessment process to evaluate your programming, really having an annual assessment and evaluation, evaluating all your programs when they're done, looking at the good and the bad, the ugly that occurred with them. Did you reach your goals? Are there ways that you can modify those? Do you need to divest from certain programming? You did have a number of programs that don't quite reach, say, 40% fill rates. Decisions need to be made on how you make improvements to those programs. Or do you have duplicated services in the community that you may need to maybe say, hey, somebody else does a better job than us, and maybe we let somebody else run those programs, or maybe we're not doing a great job marketing, and so we need to look at how we can fill these programs, or we're maybe offering too many classes and we need to condense those. So reevaluating and making those improvements and establishing those class minimums and understanding your subsidy levels. And then obviously with COVID, it's looking at those outdoor recreation opportunities and developing new programs, as you can see with that second. The third is exploring diverse and culturally relevant program. Really looking at family-oriented programming, multicultural events and activities, promoting the use of possibly bilingual instructors where needed in your programming and in your community and in your parks. Increasing and improving offerings designed for adults and seniors. That those categories came up quite a bit just in terms of the survey and through the information gathering process we went through. So some of the items there, working with the private senior center, design programming, and again, creating some partnerships to increase opportunities for those adults and seniors in your community. The third area was the facilities and amenities, and Dave did a good job of kind of giving you the overview there, but addressing your deferred maintenance throughout your system, taking a hard look at how you're staffed and where you're short, and do we need to look at contracting possibly out some of the services to meet the needs and the demands of the community. Maybe we need some more specialized staff in terms of taking care of some of the unique cleaning and items we have out there, and just really reevaluating your operations. We do have a maintenance and operations guideline as part of the appendix that KTUA put together, which has a lot of information and a lot of opportunities to look at for those improvements. The second item on there is just considering the improvements in the infill to city-owned properties and identified gap areas. We've basically provided maps and a lot of information there with the opportunities that are available to hit those areas and improve upon those areas. And part of that is also, looking at if you have to do some type of a feasibility study or something to increase. We know rectangular fields was a big issue in the community, and having rectangular fields and access to those. So just looking at all those gaps that can be filled. Improve the current level of service throughout the city. Really, this is looking at having a written standard for the department, understanding what that written standard is, and trying to bring those amenities and facilities up to a higher level that meets really what that level of service and expectation is from your residents and from your community. And shade, that was another thing that really came up, was having, I know we identified in this area opportunities to improve shade, and whether that's shade structures or more trees or just in the park system around areas where benches or along the trails, and just having opportunities. Shade did come up quite a bit, and just looking at that gaps in your service and redefining your service areas. Dave had mentioned, the 10-minute walk or living within a mile, but we also know just the way your community is designed and some of the unique circumstances you have. We know that some people do have to drive to parks. So maybe that's consider a 5-minute drive time as one of the goals and objectives as well. Maintain and build upon the newly created GIS inventory. I think that one's pretty self-explanatory. Part of this process was to get you guys set up with the GIS inventory, and now just continuing to improve that and maintain it and build upon it as you increase your system and make improvements throughout. Address and improve trails and connectivity. You heard that through most of those slides, and part of our recommendations is to look at a trails master plan for the community, for the city. Address the need for more indoor facilities, and then continue the current course in addressing safety and security in parks. And then the final category was the finance, identifying opportunities to increase funding. Part of this was really looking at, we shared with the city, one of our principals has over 200 possible ways that Parks and Recreation's departments can increase funding, and we did have the city go through an exercise, and so you do have that information as a staff document. Some of them work in California, some of them don't. Every state's a little different, but it's just looking at those opportunities to increase funding, looking at possible partnerships or other organizations that can assist you in providing programming as well. That also helps in terms of funding, lowering your cost, considering a work order system, considering an asset management system, implementing and marketing a scholarship program. That's something big and definitely needs to be looked at. And once it's in place, is really marketing that program, working with the schools, working with any organization where you can get out to the community and let the residents know you have a scholarship program, and that is open to everybody to take part in. And I know that was something that definitely came up. And then one of the other ones is defining a cost recovery and revenue goals to the program staff. Really having a system in place for the programming staff to understand what, if any, cost recovery goals there are, possibly looking at doing a cost recovery project with the city, and taking that in so you can really kind of fine tune how you're structuring your pricing strategy and setting your fees. And with that, as a quick overview, is any questions, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And I believe we are there. Yes.
So thank you on that. So before we take up questions, Madam Clerk, can I ask you to read the recommendation on this item, please? Madam Clerk, you're
Sorry,
muted.
I'm sorry about that. That the Honorable City Council adopt the Parks and Recreation Master Plan as prepared and presented by Green Play LLC.
Thank you very much. So at this time, council members, since we have Green Play with us, this is an ideal time to ask some good questions. So you can mix it up. You can ask staff or Green Play if you wish. And we'll begin the questioning with Member Ramirez, please.
Yes, I have a question. Referring to the study itself, let me tell you that in the area of the next 5 years, there is a list of possibilities, and it says to consider the capacity analysis. I would like for him to give us a little more information on that. This is in regards to the future, the next 5 years. And it's found on page 1937. Let me get my glasses since I took them off. On page 1937, you made some remarks regarding the possibility of new park locations and the need of it in the next 5 years. Could you talk to me more about that?
So in terms of new park locations, I want to make sure
Well, on page 1937, if you refer to your own report, it says here, when adding new components at an existing park or new park locations, this table shows the following for the next 5 years based on population projections. And I'm very interested in how did you determine that these were the most important?
Okay. Can I turn that to Dave?
Of course.
Yeah. I'll have Dave answer that question because he did look at your parks and your components and systems in more detail.
I don't have that exact page number, so I'm not.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
I'm not sure. But in general, I think that what we've done is given the city a framework where they can make decisions about whether or not they need a new park or whether or not they can do like Mike said and do infill and kind of save money by making current parks better. And I think really what we saw and heard from the public was the number one priority should be maintain what you currently have, improve what we have, make what we have better before we add new parks.
Okay.
On the other hand, we also heard that we need more rectangles. So we may need to add parkland in order to add more rectangles if we don't have room in existing parks to add rectangles. Our suggestion would be to look to some of those identified gap areas when you think about adding, say, a park with rectangles. And those gap areas would have been those areas that were gray on those maps that I showed.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Answer this question. Have you ever looked at multi sport parks where there's more than one sport being played, such
Yes.
as softballs, tennis,
Yes.
with a soccer field, with a playground?
Yes. And so if you're really going to go into kind of a sports field complex,
Yes.
we really think that you should probably do a feasibility study that goes kind of beyond this level of service, and is maybe taking into account the economic impact of what one of those complexes may be, because they don't serve the neighborhood very well, but they serve the community overall. And so their location of a sports complex is not nearly as important to a neighborhood as it is as important to, like we heard earlier, CarMax wants to be here because they have the most visibility, they have the best infrastructure to get people in and out of there. So there's things like that that you want to consider if you're building multi-field sports complexes, so they don't negatively impact neighborhoods with lights and traffic and parking, and so that would be a kind of a separate feasibility study to determine whether or not that is actually even economically viable for Victorville.
Well, looking at your survey, I noticed that people had a variety of interests and say, I wish we had this and this and this and this. And I'm saying, you know, instead of doing separate individual parks, put it all together. So number one, it brings the community together. And I would think they would be more feasible financially than having many more, but having one well-maintained.
Yes. And we would agree with that. We would agree with that. But
Okay.
you just want to be careful about where you put kind of that large complex so that you don't because they don't have a lot of impact. They have a lot of impact on neighborhoods. They don't provide a lot of service to kind of neighborhood kids wanting to go to a playground when you have hundreds of people coming to play on a football field, if you will. So we just want to be really careful about where we put those large complexes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Member Ramirez. Member Becerra, do you have any questions?
No, accepting this plan isn't accepting everything that they're considering, correct? Keith. Where'd he go?
I'm sorry, did you say is or isn't accepting?
Is not. In other words, they're recommending even looking at going out for the parks for like outside care and that. Bringing in an outside contractor. Before we do anything like that, I would want to look at to see how much control we have over anything like that. That's why I'm saying accepting this.
It's just a general master plan.
How do you say this?
This is really kind of serving as your framework before taking the next steps.
Okay, that's all I got. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
And I'd like to add, yes, that's how we look at it as well. That's why we put the wording in there, is consider that, because we want you to make the best decision for your city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, Member Becerra?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes. How will Measure P dollars be reappropriated, and what are the elements of requirements that will allow for general fund monies to go there?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. So it hasn't been determined yet how Measure P. Getting some feedback.
Yeah, members, will you?
So yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council, it hasn't yet been determined how monies will be appropriated from Measure P. I think the timeliness and the fortune for us is that with this master plan and with having approved Measure P, you now have a revenue source that's going to provide you with an additional level of discretion with respect to spending towards parks improvements. And in fact, that was a part of the original intent of Measure P. So we'll have to determine that at a later date. And we'll certainly have to determine that as a part of the budgetary process, ideally when we have a better sense of whether or not we're actually going to hit the projections of revenues that were projected for Measure P. But once those start coming in, then we can start actually programming towards what the council sees fit as its parks priorities.
And does this item include the needs assessment that was conducted by the then employee Christian Gunter?
I'm gonna allow Ms. Davidson to address that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Mayor and City Council, the consultant was provided with copies of the prior version of the master plan, as well as the needs assessment that was conducted in 2017, which would have been when Mr. Gunter was the Director of Community Services.
And how does this park and rec master plan fit into the adopted priorities? If not adopted yet, the visions and missions goals have long been adopted. So in other words, we've already adopted. This is not inclusive into bringing all the departments up to speed. So how are we going to get this in there?
I think this is, Madam Mayor and members of the council, the way I see this is that this item is really a natural progression from the vision, mission, and goals that we just adopted. So this actually brings us one step closer to actually working towards execution.
And then Green Play will have, I'm sorry, does the information gathering include the skate park, or because this came after the fact, it was not included as a part of it for the assessment?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, it's my understanding that we considered the skateboard park, but I'll allow Ms. Davidson again to expand on that.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Mayor and City Council members, the skate park was not under, I don't even believe it was under construction yet at the time when the park inventory was completed. So the inventory does not currently include the skate park. I will allow either Dan or perhaps Mike to correct me if I've misstated that.
I believe we did include planned and funded, and at the time it was planned and funded, but had not started construction. Typically, we include anything that's planned and funded kind of as a current existing amenity, so that we don't end up 6 months into a project and our inventory is already out of date. So.
I was kicked out of the meeting, so I had to rejoin.
Did you hear any of his response, Member Gomez? So the council didn't kick you out. We just want to make that clear. There was a technical difficulty, but did you hear any of Mr. Peterson's response? Okay, so I'm seeing that Councilmember Gomez's video is frozen again, so I'm presuming that she may be having some technical difficulties. Member Gomez, are you with us? So we're going to pause for just a few seconds to see if she can rejoin us. She's asking very good questions. I would hate to miss them. Okay, Member Gomez, I can see you now. Can you hear us?
I didn't hear what the answer was.
Okay, so Mr. Peterson, apologies. Can you respond again?
So in response to the skate park and the new playground, we typically include any project. Sorry, a little feedback again.
Members, can we mute?
In our inventory, we typically include any project that is planned and funded as existing in the inventory. My notes on the one slide were notes from my site visits. It had not been built. We thought that the city in general needed a skate park, and then came to find out after our visit that one was planned and funded. So it is in the inventory, existing inventory of this project.
Councilmember Gomez, are you with us? Councilmember Gomez, I'm hoping that you heard Mr. Peterson's response. We're going to wait about, okay, I think you're back with us. Did you hear Mr. Peterson's response this time?
I'm going to go to the next question. Does the information gathering, so we did that park. So I found out that the community services department was at one point the Parks and Rec, and now it seems to have been redirected, and now it's considered the Parks and Facilities under Public Works. What was the purpose, and how can council be more informed by the city administration, since the parks plan didn't seem to be talked about if we were going to change that division, and we didn't wait for the master plan to play in? How was that decision made?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I believe there are two separate issues. The actual plan has nothing really to do with respect to the organizational structure that we have in place. And in fact, Councilmember Gomez is accurate. In my 25 years here, Parks has evolved. It used to be a standalone department called Parks and Recreation, eventually evolved into Community Services. And we effectively recently reorganized to try to.
Mr. Metzler, can you pause for just a moment? Members, would you please mute yourself? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Metzler.
And so this year we had reorganized to help promote a better span of control for management, and not just executive management, but leadership as well. And we did take those functions and put them in Public Works, but those functions did not get eliminated. Those functions still exist, or just under different supervision.
Okay, and did Green Play continue focus groups meeting or other relevant collaborations after Gavin Newsom's executive orders in mid-March this year?
If I can, Madam Mayor, I'll defer to Ms. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Mayor and City Council, most of our focus group meetings and stakeholder interviews were conducted before the order was issued. After the order was issued, we did have, there was a community forum meeting and a CSAC meeting, both of which were conducted via Zoom.
Was anything talked about West Wind Recreation out at SCLA?
Yes, Madam Mayor and City Council members, I don't have any notes in front of me about any specific comments made during those meetings for West Winds. Dan, do you recall any specific comments?
I don't, off the top of my head, recall comments.
Okay, because it's my understanding. It's my understanding that West Wings is no longer operable for the community as part of a park, but instead it's being used as a warming shelter 24/7 for a couple of months. So I was wondering if that was part of the investigation and how we made that determination. So seemingly we lost one park just temporarily.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, West Winds comprises a number of different facilities. You do have park facilities there, which include ball fields and a soccer field, which is commonly referred to as Schmidt Park. And the community center building, because of COVID and in response to COVID, we had closed down a number of our community center facilities. That is effectively what has been a part of our COVID response plan to provide sheltering. And in this particular case, currently we're serving using West Winds Community Center as a warming center for the homeless. That's not intended to be long-term, and it's expected that once we get out of the pandemic and we can get back to normal, that West Winds Community Center will get back to providing recreational service. I know in that facility they have basketball courts, racquetball courts, and community rooms. And so the expectation is that would go back into service once we get back to normal.
Okay, and When you say the priorities of the city needs, one of the slides had a couple of things with priorities. I was wondering how many people, this wasn't brought up with the methodology, but how many people were required to participate to be put on that priority list that was illustrated within the PowerPoint that Greenplay just presented a few minutes ago.
Ms. Davidson, you want to take a stab at that?
I'll give it a shot. I believe over the course of the focus group and stakeholder meetings, we had approximately 150 participants. And then as part of the slideshow, Greenplay did give you the number of survey responses. I believe Mr. Cedar shared some priorities that came about as part of each of those portions of the process. Does that address your question?
Well, what I'm looking for is if 150% of the participants were surveyed, what percentage was allotted in terms of people and units to be able to say the priorities of the people majority came out to be this category? I don't know if, yeah, over 100, it seems to be a very good sample, but for the subsample, how did we determine those priorities?
Dan, could you perhaps speak to the survey?
Yeah, I can speak to the stakeholder meetings. The priorities I listed, that was just a highlight to show you. We probably have 3 pages of those priorities that went to the RRC, which is the survey company who then develops the survey. And with the survey, again, I believe there were 3,500 mailed surveys, and then the open link. And with the open link, there were 900. If you're asking me to say, did everybody who attended the stakeholder meetings also fill out the surveys, I can't answer that question. So that number of over 1,000 that completed the survey are 1,000 residents of Victorville. And I would hope they were engaged throughout the process and not just for the survey. I'm hoping they attended all of our meetings and our open meetings when we were there, but I don't have that exact number of how many, and I don't know if that's what you're asking, but I don't have the exact number of how many people took part of our stakeholder groups who actually filled out the survey.
Okay, the next question is, since playground and water entertainment were key findings, how will this master plan be included to be cautious of land use and zoning as not to have sensitive receptors?
Please feel free to answer the question.
I didn't catch the whole question. Yeah, I didn't get the whole question, sorry.
Okay, Member Gomez, will you go ahead and repeat it?
Since playground and water entertainment were key findings, how will the master plan be included to be cautious of land use and zoning as not to have sensitive receptors that would hinder approval?
I would think that would be on the city side. Again, this goes back to finding the best location of where these would go. And that's part of that internal process with the department in basically that gap analysis and infill analysis. I would assume that internally within the city, they would be looking at those areas.
And I think it also has to do with establishing those standards, the city establishing those written standards as to how those facilities are constructed and maintained throughout.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving, do you have any questions?
I do have a question, and I may have missed part of my answer. I'm not sure. If this is going to serve as a framework, throughout your presentation, and perhaps I missed it, I didn't hear anything, any priorities, goals, or objectives address accessibility for persons with disabilities or enhancing accessibility. Was that mentioned, or was that never, was that not addressed or even given any consideration? Just curious.
Yes, ADA accessibility is addressed in that there is a section in the plan.
I may have missed it.
I don't have the page number in front of me,
Oh,
but
okay.
it is something that we work with the city in identifying and making those improvements where they're needed, and the city having an ADA plan in place internally and moving that forward, not just in the Parks and Recreation, but throughout the city.
Like greater accessibility or greater, okay. I was just curious. I didn't see it, so thank you very much.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just have a question with regards to the needs of our population who have disabilities, whether they're kids or adults. Are there any specific recommendations as to that?
You know, specific recommendations, I don't know if we threw in, you know, specifically you need to run this program or you need to do this, but it is knowing that you have that population, and whether you're going to run those programs or you're going to partner with other organizations, making sure those programs are available and working cooperatively, and then going back to your facilities and your amenities and your playgrounds and making sure those are all accessible as well. So typically every plan, we have something with accessibility, making sure that that those people are taken care of in your community. Some cities take that upon themselves. Others have other agencies to do that, but that's where we really emphasize working in partnership and in agreements with these other organizations in your community. I kind of go back to that. The city does not have to run every single program. You have partners out there, and there's nothing wrong with partnering up with other organizations to provide those services, but it is a good steward to make sure you're getting that information out to those residents and using all your means and drawing that in. But we do address that.
Great. And so I have just a general question for you from, you know, in your experience. I've seen different types of equipment for people with unique needs that's meant to help them. Like I've seen swings that accommodate people in wheelchairs, or water parks that are very helpful to people with disabilities. These are the kinds of things that a lot of times people with disabilities never get to experience in their life because there's no adaptations for them. Have you found those types of equipment to be successful and utilized by communities?
I will say, and I'll let K2A talk to this as well, but I have been on a couple of projects where they have built sensory parks and all-inclusive parks and playgrounds, and then that draws people into your community from outside. They kind of become the hub of, we provide these services. And that again goes to this entire plan of what Parks provides to your community. I believe it's either Sioux Falls, South Dakota. I was on a project in South Dakota, and one of the architects we worked with, that his community built one of those, and it drew in people from 20, 30, 45 minutes away who would bring their kids because it was the only place they could recreate. They felt comfortable. There were other kids there that they dealt with. So yes, that is something. I'll let Matt speak to it as well.
Yeah, and I'll just add on to that point. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for bringing that up. I do think it is a very critical thing for us. I grew up in the high desert area, so I can see that being a very special thing for the community. On top of that, both my parents actually were kind of in that realm of service, both through the SELPA, Desert Mountain SELPA there. So, those are very unique things that I think in playgrounds now we're really starting to focus on, having play equipment for all accessibility and mobility types. So yeah, we definitely have indicated things like that within the report, but those would be special study areas that you would focus on perhaps for a playground, maybe things that if you're enhancing a playground or including a new park, you would include some of those elements there.
And Madam Mayor, if I could add to that, the responsibility for removing, challenging barriers for anyone with a physical challenge is rather absolute. It has to occur, but the city, depending on its funding sources, can prioritize and phase in those types of changes. So whether, absolutely, if it's a new facility, you need to be providing a similar level of experience for all parts of a playground or a park to be ADA accessible. Doesn't mean every one of them. So if you have, 5 picnic tables, you've got to make sure that the experience is being provided. You have to make sure at least one of those is available for ADA. But it's a good policy to look at everything we do in parks, to look at universal access, which means making it easier for everybody to get around and utilize facilities. But there are some very specific requirements that ADA requires, and when you replace something, you pretty much can count on you're going to need to bring that up to the latest ADA code. So even a playground replacement is going to need to look at making it more accessible than probably the playground it's replacing.
Okay. And one final question, if I may. So we have a number of organizations up here in the high desert that try to meet some of those needs for this special population, providing dances and sports and crafts and things like that. Is this the kind of thing too that the city could look at as indoor services that we can provide to this community? Have you seen that work in other locations?
I'll jump in, and yes, you can, and there are other cities that you would consider leaders in that, and you can run those. I won't get into great specifics, but if you have the indoor space and you have the accessibility into that space, you can definitely, and that's something where you can expand your programming, and maybe that also creates something that's unique for you as a department in your programming area. It expands your programming. It might be lower cost. You're reaching a community that definitely probably is in need. We know is in need in that area, and you're providing something unique for them to participate in. And it's not just the kids, but their family and overall. And Teresa's raising her hand, I see down there in the corner, so I'll let her talk.
I thought I'd just jump in and share with the adaptive rec programs. The National Park and Rec Society typically finds those in communities of over 100,000. And so you've crossed that threshold. So you're at the point where you would potentially consider if it's needed for your community, but it is very specialized. So it's not something you'd want to just jump into. You'd really want to look at what partners are out there and what other service providers there are, because often the county is an excellent service provider. But at your population size, that's where you start starting to ponder if there's a need there.
Okay, very good. All right, well, that concludes my questions. And now we're going to go ahead and move into the public comment period. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak? You're muted.
Keep muting myself. Yes, there is Teresa Long.
Hi, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Tressa Long. I grew up here when I was younger, moved back in my adulthood with my husband and my 3 kids. One reason that we moved back, I'm a public school teacher. I teach 4th grade, and we love the school district. I love working in the school district, Victor Elementary. However, I don't know how long we'll be planning to stay, and it is directly related to this issue. So when I saw this on the agenda meeting, I was incredibly invested. I don't have anywhere to take my children to play, and I don't have. One of the major concerns that we have with parks, I want to just kind of reiterate what was said in the survey. We don't really feel all that safe at the parks. Additionally, the parks have a lot of graffiti that we don't know, I would love to have cleaned up. So for me, as I was looking at the results of that survey, I just want to wholeheartedly support the findings of that, because it will be the difference between me staying in Victorville for years to come and raising my family here or not. That family element is going to be huge for me, because so far we've felt it lacking. And so I want to give that support. Things for us that we are definitely in need of are shade structures, additional just cleanliness and upkeep of the parks. We, in my particular family, we love the idea of skate parks, and I would like to encourage additional skate parks that are, I guess, designed for all types of skating styles. But I want to just thank you so much for having this be an issue, and I strongly urge that so the recommendations that are made in this plan are acted upon quickly, because I want to be able to stay here and raise my family and have a really strong family culture and opportunities for things for my children to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Long. Madam Clerk?
The next speaker is Ramiro Rodriguez.
Yes, that was a wonderful, wonderful presentation, very detailed. As to the question asked about the handicapped people, I guess state law, federal law requires any construction for parks, anything that has to do with public has to adhere to all the recommendations for the handicapped people and people with special needs. So that's a given. I don't think that even has to be answered because it has to be built to suffice all that. I'm amazed if 50% of all that was thrown at us happens. Wow, we are going to be very lucky. I really hope that the Measure P, as they said a word intended. No, not intended, but actually was promised to us. It was promised to us, and I hope they didn't just throw that as a ruse to us, like provide all public safety in parks and recreation, and then after diverge the money to some other project or pay some fines or settlement fees and whatnot. I hope it can go to projects such as this, and kudos to the people that put this program together. It's a beautiful city. It's a wonderful city. We don't know what the future holds, whether people will leave the city, how the economy's going, or we're going to get more people here. But if we do, we'll be ready for them. And for the people that are here, it will be great. As to graffiti, that's every city. It's everywhere. And we just have to have a little bit more pride. I think that our council should be the people that really lead the charge. We haven't really, to tell you the truth, people are eating inside restaurants. They don't care. There's really not that governance of people really motivating our leaders to motivate the people, making them feel city proud, Victorville prideful. I know in my part, but it's a work in progress. We're starting from scratch, and we hope to get there. And like I said, I like to commendate the people that presented this project. I didn't think it was long. I needed a little more things, but it's a start. And if we get 50% of that done, wow, it's going to be a wonderful, wonderful city. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Any further requests?
Those are all the speakers.
Thank you. So with that, the chair brings the item back to the council and invites a motion at this time.
Councilwoman Gomez makes a motion to set forth the recommendation as stated in the reporting for this item.
Okay, to approve it, Councilmember Gomez?
Yes, to approve it.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second it.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Member Gomez and a second by Member Ramirez. At this point, we'll go ahead and enter into discussion, and we'll start with the mover of the motion, Member Gomez. Do you have any comments?
I don't have any comments.
Thank you. Member Ramirez, do you have any comments?
No comments.
Thank you. Member Becerra?
No comment.
Thank you. Member Irving?
No comments.
Thank you. And I do have just a couple very quick comments. First of all, I want to thank our audience members that spoke up on this issue. I think Ms. Long hit the nail on the head. I think that's the way certainly our former council felt, and it appears to me that the way the present council feels, we certainly want to do more for our community, make this a wholesome community that nurtures our families and wants to protect them and keep them safe, and make, you know, growing up just fun the way it ought to be, right? And making beautiful memories in parks and having great recreation. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and close the discussion period. And Madam Clerk, I ask that you take the vote now.
Councilmember Becerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez?
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
Aye.
Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Terrific. So we have adopted the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to item number 9, which is the settlement agreement between the City of Victorville and True Buddha Dharma in regard to code enforcement case number 20-0216 and citation number 26438. Mr. Metzler, will you kindly tee up this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item, along with item number 10, even though they're dealing with different individuals, they're similarly related in that they involve settlement agreements dealing with illegal marijuana grows at residential units. These items, this item particularly, along with 10, was the subject of closed session discussion and direction by the council in closed session to bring these agreements back in the form of settlement agreements. These agreements are presented in such a way that are consistent with the actual terms discussed with council in closed session, and therefore staff is recommending approval.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
That the City Attorney's Office recommends the City Council accept and ratify the settlement agreement.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, we'll go ahead and take questions with the just the friendly reminder that this is a product of closed session item, so we need to make sure that we're not crossing the line of confidentiality. So with that, we'll begin with Member Becerra. Any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. Member Ramirez?
No questions.
Thank you. Member Gomez?
Yes. Did this settlement agreement stay with the decision in closed session?
Yes, this is consistent with the closed session direction given at the prior meeting.
Member Gomez, you're muted.
Oh. Will the cost recovery for city employees' costs be recovered at a 100%?
Yes, that's provided for in the settlement agreement.
Okay. And how does the approval of tonight's approval of this item go forth if it has a lot of TBD, which is to be determined?
I'm not sure what you mean by to be determined.
The acronym.
TBD is, in this particular agreement for item 9, is actually in reference to the party, True Buddha Dharma.
Thank you. That I didn't get that clearly off. Thank you for explaining. Last question is, would this item not be privileged under the attorney-client privilege if there's a type of settlement agreement, or do these provisions of client privilege terms don't dominate the settlement, and instead it's a public issue?
At this point, this is a public issue. This is the culmination of settlement discussions that took place between our firm and the party here. And this is reflective of direction given to settle by the city council. So this is not a privileged document. That's why it's on the regular agenda.
I thought it was the last.
Oh, I'm sorry, Member Gomez, you're muted.
So if we had a discussion in closed session, what provisions allow us to bring this as no longer a closed session item, but a public item consumable to the public?
The Brown Act requires that when you entertain settlement discussions in closed session and you come to a settlement agreement with a third party, you have to publicly announce that settlement. This is in lieu of that. We actually just put the entire agreement on the agenda. So this is consistent with the Brown Act.
Okay, so does that mean that there's different ways of reporting an action, whether it be in written format or just orally? And today's agreement settlement was a decision of yourself to bring it in written form rather than just orally stating that?
That is correct. If settlement agreements occur as part of a closed session discussion and there is final settlement agreement amongst the parties, that can actually be orally reported at the end of that closed session. I think the more prudent and more transparent way of doing that is to actually put the agreement on a subsequent agenda for the public to be able to review it and finalize the settlement that way.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving, do you have any questions?
No.
Thank you. And the chair has no questions. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
There are no speakers.
Thank you. With that said, with that said, the chair invites a motion on this item.
Madam Mayor, I move that we take staff recommendation to approve the settlement agreement between the City of Victorville and True Buddha Dharma regarding the code enforcement case 20-0216 and citation number 26438.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
Councilwoman Gomez seconds it.
Thank you, Member Gomez. All right, we have a first by Member Becerra, second by Member Gomez. Is there any discussion? Member Gomez?
No.
Thank you. Member Becerra?
No.
Member Ramirez?
No.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
No.
Okay, and the chair has none. The discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Becerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez?
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
Aye.
Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda. I'm going to move to item 10 and looking at the time, it's about 20 minutes till 10, and we have a policy that we don't take up any new business after 10 o'clock absent a motion from the council to do that. So if the members will keep that in mind as we approach that time. I did want to take a 5-minute break, but we'll see how it goes after the next couple of items. All right, so we're going to now take up item number 10. And Mr. Metzler, you tee this up a little bit. Is there anything that you want to add on this one?
The only thing that I would add is similar to the item just dealt with. Really, the only difference here are the settlement terms, and obviously we discussed in closed session the differences in why the difference in the merit of the term, so or the circumstances. So similar, just the terms are different.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Will you please read the recommendation?
Settlement agreement. The City Attorney's Office recommends that the City Council accept and ratify the settlement agreement.
Thank you. And again, with the admonition that we can't breach confidentiality, are there any questions from council members? We'll begin with Member Ramirez.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
None.
Okay. Member Gomez?
Yes, in this contractual settlement rendition, did the city include recovery cost of administrative labors?
Yes, these fines cover all of the city's costs.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any questions?
No.
Thank you. And the chair has none. At this time, Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
No speakers.
Thank you. With that said, the chair invites a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move the step, count the settlement agreement between the city of Victorville and I don't know what you want me to do. There we go.
There you go.
Lang, in regards to code enforcement case 20-00437 and citation 25110.
Thank you. It is moved. Is there a second?
Councilwoman Gomez seconds it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Thank you. So moved by Member Becerra, seconded by Council Member Gomez. Is there any discussion? We'll begin with Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Ramirez.
No questions.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions.
Thank you, and the chair has none. The discussion period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendation set out on the agenda. All right, we're going to quickly move to item number 11, and this is, I'm not going to read the preamble on it. It's lengthy, but it is before us. Mr. Metzler, will you kindly tee up this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. With the passage of Measure P, now we have to go through the administrative steps to first set up the actual administration, the actual collection of the tax, I'm sorry, the imposition first and then the collection of the tax. And so the California Department of Fee Administration is the department responsible at the state level for setting up the collection and then actually collecting and distributing to taxing agencies. So with that, this is one of the first steps where with this agreement, we ask the CDTFA to actually start notifying businesses in our area about the tax so that it can actually be imposed. And then once imposed, then all collections then go to CDTFA and then dispersed to the city in this particular case. So this is to set up to administer over time. And with this agreement, there is a cost associated with the setup, which is outlined in the fiscal impact. And then there will be a recurring cost for the overall administration going forward that will be deducted from the actual receipts. So with that, it's currently envisioned that with the approval tonight of this item, and that is staff's recommendation, that CDTFA will begin their process of the setup. And it's expected that not until April 1st of 2021 would be the time frame for which then businesses would be required to collect the transactions and use tax, Measure P. And from that point forward then, on a quarterly basis, we would expect to get the receipts.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the City Council adopt resolution number 20-111 approving and authorizing the city manager to execute the preparatory and administration agreements with the CDTFA to administer and collect the city's voter-approved transaction and use tax, and adopt resolution number 20-112 to authorize certain city officials and the city's consultant, HDL, to examine CDTFA transactions and use tax records.
All right, thank you. We're going to open this up now for questions from council members, questions of technical clarification. We'll begin with Member Gomez.
Yes, so it looks like the businesses will see a tax increase, like Mr. Metzler say, April 2021. How will that impact the businesses' pockets or fiscal lack of sustainability after COVID-19, despite the fact that we're still during COVID-19? And what are we going to do to ensure that the communication lines are open between the city of Victorville and the collection of these fees and how they're being impacted?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm getting some feedback. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. The impact on the businesses will be that effectively they'll be required to assess, collect, and then distribute to the state of California, along with the sales tax that they're already collecting. So the current sales tax rate is 7.75%, and effective April 1st with this approval tonight, then beginning April 1st, the new tax collection rate on sales and transactions related activities in Victorville will be 8.75%. With respect to the second question, that really kind of is the role of our sales tax consultant, HDL, and that's why they're a part of this conversation here, which is they serve as the entity responsible to the city in actually verifying and reconciling all of the collections to make sure that all the collections at the state level are accurate, so that the disbursements then coming to the city are in fact accurate. They're also responsible for helping identify where there are under collections. They're actually responsible for helping us make sure that all collections are made.
Okay, and the next question is, please explain what the one-time fee covers. And when you were talking about the collection and the taxing of agencies, was one of the collection agencies of the Franchise Tax Board? Is that one of the agencies that collects?
The department here is the CDTFA. They're the ones responsible for collecting on behalf of all cities when it comes to sales tax. The one-time fee, I think the easiest way to characterize it is between now and April 1st, there is an amount of administrative work that the CDTFA has to undertake on our behalf to actually notify businesses about the passage of Measure P, the requirement to collect it. And then, of course, there's likely a number of things that the CDFA has to do internal to their operation to make sure they're prepared to actually collect it and distribute it. So the one-time fee is really a setup cost that's going to be incurred between now and April 1st.
And item 11 with the agenda cover, are we going to be looking at reappropriation recommendation costs, or is that not part of this item?
There is a required appropriation in the order of what's identified in the fiscal impact, which is up to $175,000. We don't know the exact cost until we actually get the progress billing, but based upon our coordination with CDTFA, based upon this form agreement they have and their experience having done this numerous times in other cities, that they believe it. There's no reason for it to exceed the $175,000.
I don't have any further questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Ramirez, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. Member Becerra?
Yes, I do. Mr. Metzler, I just make sure we understand everybody. They're going to start taxing the new 8.75 tax April 1st of 2021. They're going to stop taking it April, May, June 30th. So being the state of California is going to send us our money, it'll be mid-July, maybe the end of July before we see it. We will not be using it in our budget for next year, 21, 22, correct?
That's our current view, because yeah, we won't have any real data. And I think your point is exactly appropriate to discuss at this time, because there is going to be a lot of folks, there already have been a lot of folks saying, okay, now that Measure P is passed, let's go ahead and add the deputies that we were talking about, or open the fire station that we were talking about, or make the park improvements that we were talking, or even make the library improvements that we were talking about. And that's important to know, that how this collection works is it doesn't start until April 1. So we're not receiving the money yet, and we physically won't start receiving the money likely until July. I would even guesstimate, based upon past experience, August, to be honest with you, to get that first collection. So it very well could be that we have some information that perhaps can go into the budget. We'll make a recommendation to the council later in the fiscal year as to whether or not we want to assume certain amounts coming in. We can make some estimates based upon the 1% sales tax that we're getting. And if we can make some reliable estimates at that time, we will, because there may be some items that we do want to consider, at least getting the process started.
We'll review that when it comes. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it. That's no further questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving. I keep wanting to say Ramirez because I've said it for 2 years. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
All right, well, thank you. No, I don't have any questions. My question was answered. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak from the public?
There are no speakers.
Thank you. All right, with that said, the chair invites a motion to take action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I move that the council approves resolution number 20-111 and resolution 20-112, allowing the city manager to move forward with the administration and setting up the agreement with CDTFA to administer and collect our Measure P money. Did I hit everything?
You did.
All right.
You did. Very good. We have first, is there a second? I'm sorry? Who spoke? Members, can you mute and make a second?
I have a point of clarification.
Yes.
She only read number 1 up to P, but I know her intent was to adopt the resolution as stated, set forth by staff. But I didn't hear her ask for 2112. But if I stand corrected if she did, but that's not what I heard.
I believe I did. Member Becerra, did you?
Yes, I did. If I need to repeat it, do you want me to repeat it?
You do not, because I initially invited a motion to take to approve staff's recommendation, and you just cited those 2 points. All right, so thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, any discussion? We'll start with Member Becerra.
No further discussion.
Thank you. Member Gomez?
Yes, it's interesting because we talk about our midterm year, which is June 2021, approximately coming in 6 months. In 6 months, we will review the budget, and that's when we have the opportunity to look for the 6 months forecasted in the future. And so to adamantly say that we will not be pre-allocating any monies for at least November, December coming in, I think is premature. I did hear Keith Mesler after the fact, what I would say, correct himself to say, if we do need to make appropriations of funding or the monies, because we will have some, it will or it can occur with the approval of this council. We have already implicitly and inferred that because the master plan of Parks and Recs is so important that we would like to add additions to the vision, missions, and goals, and that would require monies. And I don't know if we're going to do that as quickly as within this next year, but our budget is 2021 and 2022 are inclusive of 365 days, which the way I look at it, midterm is June 2021, and it'll cover the next period for 2022. So I wanted to get that clarified for the constituents that are listening and are hearing, because sometimes information can be muffled and redirected, and said that we're not going to spend monies, but we might spend monies. But the fact is that this council has the authority to redirect the city manager for reappropriations at any time that the forecasting does come through. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Ramirez?
No questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
No.
No. Okay, thank you very much. Discussion period's closed. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so at this time, we're right at about 10 o'clock. We're at 9:57. And as I said earlier, our policy states that we can't take up further business, of course, other than public comment period, without the council authorizing it. So with that, the chair invites a motion. I think the chair invites a motion that we conclude our business this evening. We've got to make the appointments to our outside committees because some of those committees will be meeting. And there's some time sensitive issues on item number 14 on those appointments. And those are the ones that are going to take the most time. I'm thinking that if we're spot on, I'm thinking that we can complete this no later than 10:45. What does the council think? Does anyone want to make that motion?
I have a point of clarification.
Yes.
It's my understanding that taking up new business would be anything that's not on the agenda. Everything that was on the agenda, we have for the last 4 years concluded it. And I don't know if that's what you're saying, but it sounded like you might not said that, but you might have. So I just need clarification.
Of course, Member Gomez. So my understanding has always been, and Mr. DeBortnowski can correct me if I'm not of the right understanding, is that this pertains mostly to the written communication section, because that's usually where we are when this happens. But we would, regardless if we didn't do that, we can take up the public comment period. We would need to do that, certainly, even if it were after 10 o'clock. Mr. DeBortnowski, is that correct?
Madam Mayor, that is correct. Yes, the prohibition that's in the policy manual indicates that you shouldn't be taking up new business under written communications that you haven't already considered after 10 o'clock without a vote of the council.
Does that help, Member Gomez?
It's interpretive, but I think I kind of catch what we're saying. You want to vote from the membership to see if we should continue?
Well, as I explained, we really do need to. We have some time-sensitive issues that need to be handled. So the chair would certainly recommend that we conclude our business under the written communication section, and in fact, conclude the agenda. I think we can certainly do it if we're very focused in what we do. I believe that we can accomplish it by 10:45. So the chair would invite a motion.
Councilwoman Gomez goes ahead and would like to bring forth the completion of the leftover items, which include items 12 through items 16. That's what I have here, 16. It could be just 15 with the help of the majority of the council.
I second it.
So, yes, but with the understanding, Councilmember Gomez, and I'm sorry to hit on your, but that we would, regardless, we would have the public comment. So the rest of it. Is that your intent, Gomez?
My intent is definitely to finish up the agenda and continue to have the public comment so we don't ostracize them for continuing.
Thank you. So we do have a first. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving. So we have a first and a second to conclude our business in the written communication section and our public comment period. Is there any, I don't know that we need to have discussion on this, Mr. Duport-Nowski.
That is correct. This does not require discussion. This should just go straight to a vote.
That's what I thought. So Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye. All right.
Motion passes unanimously.
Yes, thank you. So we're going to conclude the business as we stated in the motion. All right, so we're going to quickly move to item 12. This is the 2021 League of California Cities Virtual New Mayors and Council Members Academy. Mr. Metzler, would you tee up this item?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, the League of California Cities is the professional association that us, along with pretty much all the other cities throughout California, are a member of and rely on for a number of things, including education and training. And with that, they provide that at all levels of government, whether it's public works department, city managers department, city attorneys, and they do one annually as well for newly elected council members along with new mayors. And so that occurs in January. It's virtual this year. There's provisions in our policy that allow for council members to participate in that. And we also have amounts budgeted to accommodate the expenditure for those that do want to participate. So with that, that's all I have, and we'll await the direction of the council.
Very good. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the City Council consider approving council member attendance to the 2021 League of California Cities Virtual New Mayors and Council Members Academy.
Thank you. Okay, questions on this, Member Gomez?
No, no questions.
Thank you. Member Ramirez?
Question.
Was that a no question?
No questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Member Becerra?
Yes, would this just be then myself and Mayor Pro Tem Mrs. Irving?
We'll accept any direction of the council, but I think the intent here is for Mayor Pro Tem Irving, Councilmember Becerra, and Mayor Jones as she's a new mayor.
Okay. All right, that's it.
I have a point of clarification. Is there a reason why Rita and I are being excluded?
The way I'm gathering it, it's new members. It says here new.
It says new mayors, council members. It would be my preference that everyone be included in the invitation to attend.
I have another point of clarification. When we had that very expensive meeting with people we pay, it was said and agreed upon the members then that this was for us all. I don't know if that's changed. If it does, please let me know. I'm hearing something totally different today.
No, I think Member Gomez, you're spot on. That would be the mayor's intent on that as well. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Irving, any questions?
No, thank you. No.
Thank you. And I have no questions. Is there a public comment period? A public request to speak?
No speakers.
Thank you very much. All right, so the chair invites a motion for all of the council members, should they choose to attend this new mayors and council members academy. Is there a second?
I second it.
Thank you. So we have a first by the chair and a second by Member Ramirez. Any discussion? Member Gomez? Member Gomez, any discussion? Any comments? I think she's frozen. So for the time being, we're going to move on to Member Ramirez. Do you have any comments?
No.
Thank you. Member Becerra?
No comment.
Thank you.
Point of inquiry.
Member Gomez back. Have any comments?
Yes, I want to make sure that that motion, it included all of the council members. Here is not ostracizing any council member. And the interpretation of this document is as follows. Was that the intent when it was motioned and seconded?
Yes. So as I mentioned earlier, that was in our governance relations workshop. That was the intent, and that's the motion that I made, Member Gomez.
Thank you.
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Irving, any comments?
No, thank you. No.
Thank you. And I have no comments. The discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Nay.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Becerra voting no.
Okay, so the council has just approved attendance at the new Mayors and Council Members Academy for every council member, should they wish to attend. All right, so let's take up item 13, and I do believe that we all need to take at least a 5-minute break after that before we move into items 14 and 15. We've been at this for more than 4 hours, so hoping everyone's amenable to a 5-minute recess. All right, item 13. This is the 2020 Conflict of Interest Code. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're required this is a procedural item, and we're required, I believe it's every couple of years, to review our conflict of interest code and bring it current. And effectively, we've done that. We've done that internally, made some changes to reflect current job titles and positions within the city. And so with that, staff brings it back as it's been updated for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the City Council, sitting as the code reviewing body for the City of Victorville, the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, the Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, the Victorville Water District, the successor agency to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency, and the Victorville Joint Powers Financing Authority adopt resolution number 20-113, amending the city's conflict of interest code to update position, classification, titles, disclosure categories, and filing requirements for all agencies.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, questions for staff, beginning with Member Gomez. Do we have Member Gomez?
She's frozen.
Okay, so she's frozen, Member Gomez. We're going to go ahead and move on then to Member Ramirez.
No question.
Thank you. Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No questions.
Thank you. And now let's try again for Member Gomez. Ms. Gomez, are you with us? Okay, we're going to give about 5 seconds before we move on. Oh, I see you, Member Gomez. Oh, she's frozen on the video. Okay, at this point, we're going to go ahead and move on to the public comment period. Any requests to speak?
No speakers.
Thank you. With that said, let's try one more time to have Member Gomez in case she wants to make any comments. Or excuse me, ask any questions. All right, at this time, the chair invites a motion to take action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda. If any member agrees with that, you're free to say so moved.
So noted.
So moved.
So moved.
So moved. All right, is there a second?
I second it.
Thank you, Member Ramirez. Okay, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez, a second, excuse me. I'm so sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Irving, it's 2 years that I've said that. It's been moved
Trying
by.
to take it personal now, Mayor
Please
Jones.
don't, please don't. Muscle
I'm kidding.
memory, muscle memory. So Mayor Pro Tem, the wonderful Mayor Pro Tem Irving has moved the item, and it was seconded by Member Ramirez. Now we're going to get into discussion. We'll begin with the mover, and that's Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Any comments?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Any comments by Member Ramirez?
None.
Thank you. Any comments by Member Becerra?
No comment.
Thank you. Do we have Member Gomez back on the line yet?
No, I'm still showing her frozen.
Okay, so let's just wait about 5 seconds. See if we can get her back on. Okay, it doesn't appear we're having any success, so I'm going to go ahead and close the discussion period. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez, Councilmember Ramirez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez absent.
All right, so we've taken action in accordance with the recommendation that was set out on item 13. At this point, if there's no objection, and this might give Councilmember Gomez time to get back online with us, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Is there a need for any time longer than that? If members you believe so, please tell me. Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I could hear myself. Now it has echo. So, oh. Oh, did you? I'm gonna send a text. You have to call. Because I already know what they're gonna do. Let's see. It is 669.
Madam Clerk, has it been 5 minutes?
Yes, it has.
Okay, so we're looking for, do we have Member Gomez back?
She was for a second.
No, I am here.
There she is.
You are here. Oh, good. Member Gomez, we're sorry we missed you on the other item. We tried to wait it through for you.
Well, no, I was recording and I was not able to unmute myself. So I don't know what happened. So I had to go on a different laptop.
Okay, okay. Well, we're glad you're back. All right, do we have Member Ramirez here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, very good. So let's go ahead and resume our meeting. We're going to take up item 14. Mr. Metzler, will you tee up this item?
Yes, Madam Mayor and members of the council, this is because we're dealing with a new term of elected officials. Now is the time to make appointments or consider appointments to certain committees. The listing of committees is actually provided for you in attachment A. And to the extent you have recommendations, you're able to present them tonight. If not, you certainly can consider them at a future meeting.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Metzler, but as we have no nominee, well, okay, so first of all, we'll make sure that we're all on the same page. We're looking at the local appointments lists in attachment A on the agenda. And as we have no nominee information posted on the agenda for us to have consider prior to this meeting, the council really need to take item audit committee. That's point number 4 on the appointments list, and because there's a time considerations on that, as well as point 5, the community development block grant committee. As to item 6, that's already been taken care of through the resolution, but the chair does wish to make a clarification on that the mayor, mayor pro tem, and city manager are not on the Measure P oversight committee. We're on the selection committee for the Measure P oversight committee. All right, so with that said, before we take up appointments for the audit committee and the CDBG committee, I would expect that at some point our members are going to be bringing forth their recommendations for the Planning Commission, CSAC, and the Legislative Review Committee. And we all look forward to that. I would ask that the members bring forth their nominations and be willing to present and advocate fully for them, because the members will not be asking those nominees questions. So with that, let's go to the clerk to read the recommendation, please.
That the city council either reaffirm or make changes to their appointees to the city committees.
Okay, so unless there are any questions on this, we can go ahead and start the process. Do any members have any questions? Would you like to be recognized?
Yeah, I have a point of clarification.
Sure.
You said something about Measure P, you and Keith and someone else is part of something. When did that happen? This is news to me.
Yes, so that's point number 6 on the local appointments list. With that, Mr. Metzler, and if I'm wrong, you can please correct me. That was done as part of the resolution that the council adopted in putting together the oversight committee.
What page are you referring to?
This isn't, okay. So Mr. Metzler, perhaps you can help with this.
Yeah, so Madam Mayor, members of the council, bottom of page 2082 is where we're at. And item number 6 identifies Measure P Oversight Committee, and it probably should have been more clear in the sense that it should have been Measure P Oversight Selection Committee. And I believe it was in October, at one of our council meetings in October, council took action and actually adopted a resolution establishing a Measure P oversight committee. And that oversight committee comprised, I believe we ended up with 7 positions, and there were actually defined relationships to the community for each of those positions. The resolution that was approved by the council identified that the selection committee would comprise the mayor, mayor pro tem, and the city manager. And those three would be party to the solicitation effort, which is the advertisement, the recruitment, for lack of better terms, of qualified candidates for those positions, review of applications, and then eventually recommendation to the actual oversight committee. And the oversight committee, the intent there was to have a body separate from the council to review whether or not budgeted expenditures are planned consistent with the intent of Measure P. And then secondly, that the actual expenditures are made consistent with Measure P. That was back in October, I believe. And so with that, in this particular case, those positions would automatically assign to the selection committee for Measure P.
Further clarification?
Sure. All right, so if there are no objections, we'll go ahead and proceed with the nominees and the appointments. So I hear no objections. So when we had our organization meeting last Tuesday, it flowed pretty smoothly, I would say. And so if there's no objection from the council, I would like to recommend that we use the same process by voting on nominees rather than on motions this evening. Are there any objections?
There's another point of inquiry and point of clarification.
Sure.
Are we voting on item number 14? Are we discussing something in relation to item 14 with the
Sure, my apologies, Member Gomez. So we are on item 14, and that is the appointment to the city's committees. But because we don't have any information posted on the agenda or presentations from which the council members are ready to make decisions on for Planning Commission, Community Services, and the Legislative Review Committee, we're just going to take up points 4 and 5, which is the Audit Committee and the CDBG Committee, respectively. So we're going to attend to those particular two elements on item 14.
So point of inquiry, so we're bifurcating this agenda item for just two, because I'm ready. Every one of you guys have the people that I've selected.
Well, but so Member Gomez, we went through this in the past. It is more preferable for the council member to have had time to review and evaluate, and getting an email just prior to the meeting traditionally hasn't been considered acceptable time for review. And I know I haven't reviewed it. So it's the chair's suggestion that we move forward without those. We can certainly do that, straight away in January. We can have that your nominees that you would like to put forward placed on the agenda for the council.
So then I need a point of clarification. Why is this on the agenda if we can't vote for it? I didn't get feedback on this, so I just submitted really quickly, which I thought all of you guys did, but I guess no one did.
Yeah, I understand your point. I think this is, Mr. Metzler, let me answer you. I'm not going to venture a guess on why this happened this way.
If it's not covered, Madam Mayor, members of the council, if it's not covered specifically in the policy manual, it's at the least to bring attention to the vacancies that exist for those committees. There are provisions certainly in the case of the Planning Commission, where the Planning Commission can continue to exist for 90 days past the election, so as to allow sufficient amount of time to go through a selection process, which I think is what you're attempting to do, to at least have a little bit more time and bring information forward about those that are being considered for the appointments to those commissions. If there is a time sensitivity to any of these, it has more so to do with the audit committee, because we're actually nearing the completion of our audit for the last fiscal year, the last closed out fiscal year. And we expect to start working with the audit committee if not before the end of this month, certainly when we return January 1st, because it's expected by the end of January, 1st of February, to present the audit to the City Council.
And Madam Mayor, if I might, the reason we're taking this tonight is that pursuant to Chapter 9, on or before December of each year, the city clerk is to give you a list of the existing committees. It doesn't mean you have to vote on them, but this is sort of the policy manual requires that you be provided with this information as to the existing committee appointments that exist and the vacancies.
Thank you. Does that clarify things for you, Ms. Gomez?
Just ever so slightly, but if this is on the policy, I think we should proceed with the policy for whoever is ready, but I think you said you weren't ready to look at what was there, right?
So Member Gomez, it's never advisable to act on nominees without the full of the council having had an opportunity to evaluate the information. There's no information posted on this evening's agenda from which the council could have evaluated.
So I understand, and I made it upon myself that all council members received what I produced. I wasn't relying on administration, but I did send it to Keith, Jennifer Thompson, all the department heads, because I felt that this would be an issue. I'm hoping the issue is not because I'm presenting it. Hopefully it's because 4 of you aren't ready, and I was probably semi-ready, and I don't want to put it that way, but if we're going through this motion, why do we have to stop if that's not the policy to wait for you and the others to be ready when there's a policy saying, let's get it done? But I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but
I think
just
it's
feels
a matter of preparation and courtesy to the full of the council to have had the opportunity to review the information. It's not an issue of being ready. It's whether they've had an opportunity to really evaluate the data. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and move on to the audit committee. And having heard no objections about using the nomination procedure that we used in the organizational meeting.
Well, I do object because I'm not even sure what it is.
Okay, so so this is a policy that we created some many months ago and discussed in detail, and it's where we vote on nominations rather than on motions, so that when something comes forward, there becomes a pool of nominations, and instead of looking for a first and a second on a motion, each member of the council simply votes by stating the name of their preferred nominee for the position.
I saw that for the mayor, but I didn't know that was something new that we put. But are you saying that?
Sure, it was for the mayor and the mayor pro tem, and Councilmember Gomez, I think I see where you're going on this. The council, the policy manual is silent on the procedure used to make these appointments. So because the organizational meeting went so smoothly with this particular process that we adopted for the mayor pro tem, it would be the chair's recommendation that we proceed that way this evening.
Okay, well, because this is new to light at this moment and I didn't have enough time, ample time to review these processes, I'm in objection of that.
Okay, so then at this point, we're going to look for a motion in a second as to whether the council would like to use the process that we used during the organizational meeting for making appointments to the committees in points 4 and 5 this evening. Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor, I motion that we move forward with the nominations for 4 and 5.
Yes, and would that be using the process that we used at the organizational meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so that will be included in your motion. Does the seconder agree?
I second.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Irving. All right, so Madam Clerk, will you take the vote on that, please?
Councilmember Becerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez?
Nay.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Yes, so we're going to proceed to appoint for the Audit Committee and the Community Development Block Grant Committee, respectively, using the process, the procedure that we used during the organizational meeting. So,
Blanca Gomez would like a refresher. Obviously, you and everybody knows that I wasn't there, so I'm acting on ignorance right now.
oh no, and we certainly wouldn't want that, Member Gomez. So what will happen, let's just take point 4. So the chair will invite nominations. And in this case, it would certainly be those people that are interested in serving on the committee. And providing that those nominees are willing to accept, then we're going to end up with a pool of nominees. The chair will ask the clerk to take the vote, and each person will simply state for the nominee of choice. That's how the vote will be cast.
And those are compensated with money?
Well, no, these are not.
Okay, thank you.
And none of the committees, even on the outside agencies, are compensated by the city. All right, so
sorry, point of clarification.
So we're right now, the subject is the audit committee appointments. Is it a clarification on that, Member Gomez?
Absolutely.
Thank
So
you.
you said there is no monies by any entities, whether it's the city of Victorville or outside of the city of Victorville, for points 4 and 5 that will give compensation or any stipend to any council member once elected or appointed into those fields, right?
No, that is not what I said.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay, so moving on. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take up nominations for the audit committee. I'm going to open the nomination period. So council members, we're going to be a little more fluid with this, just simply because it's the nature of the beast on appointments like this. So if you're interested in this, please gain recognition by the chair and state that you're interested, and the chair will take that as a nomination. All right, and then the timing for the audit committee is flexible if hours of those meetings matter to any members. All right, so the chair opens the nominations. Are there any nominations for the one seat on the audit committee?
Mayor, I nominate Mayor Pro Tem Irving if she'll take the nomination for the audit committee.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving accept the nomination?
I do.
The chair seconds that nomination. Are there any other nominations?
Yes, Blanca Gomez nominates herself.
Okay, Blanca Gomez is nominated. Any further nominations? One last time, any further nominations? Nomination period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Yes. Councilmember Becerra.
Leslie Irving.
Councilmember Gomez.
Myself.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Blanca Gomez.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Leslie Irving.
Mayor Jones.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Madam Clerk, will you announce the result of the vote? I'll declare the
motion. Mayor Pro Tem Irving gains the majority vote.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Welcome to the audit committee. All right, moving on to the CDBG committee. The chair opens the nominations. Are there any nominations?
Councilwoman Gomez nominates herself.
Thank you. Councilmember Gomez is nominated. Any further nominations?
Yes. Madam Mayor, I'd like to nominate Councilwoman Becerra.
Thank you. Does Ms. Becerra accept the nomination?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. The chair seconds that nomination. Are there further nominations?
Yes, Councilwoman Gomez would also like to nominate Rita.
Thank you. Does Member Ramirez accept the nomination?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Ramirez is nominated. Any further nominations? Once again, any further nominations? Nomination period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Myself.
Councilmember Gomez,
Rita.
Councilmember Ramirez,
Myself.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Elizabeth Becerra.
Mayor Jones,
Member Becerra.
Councilmember Becerra gains the majority vote.
Thank you. Welcome to the CDBG Grant Committee, Member Becerra. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and move on to item 15. And this is we're going to have to progress through this a little bit step by step. This one might take a little bit of time, but if we're all very focused, maybe not.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, I'm sorry, Mayor, there was, I had one public comment that I needed to read into the record. We did not open public.
Oh, my apologies. My apologies. My apologies. Will you please kindly do that?
Yes. Greetings, Mayor Jones, Mayor Pro Tem Irving, and to all council members. I'm submitting this letter as a request for your consideration to remain in service to our city on the Planning Commission. I've had the pleasure of serving as commissioner for the past 3 years, and I currently sit as its vice chair. To give a little summary as to my background for our newly elected council members, Victorville has been home for me since 1962. My father was stationed at George Air Force Base, which is now SCLA, until his retirement. My mother taught at Parkview Elementary School and retired from Victor Elementary School District. Victorville is where I grew up and went to school. My only departure from Victorville was when I was in the Army. Even then, Victorville was my home of record. I've been married 40 years. I've raised 3 children and have 4 grandchildren. For the most part of my adult life, I've participated in community engagements, which I felt were beneficial to our city and its residents. I have a vested interest in our city and the residents who call Victorville home. I thoroughly enjoy being able to serve our city and its residents. Working in participation with our city council, staff, and city employees, I've done and will continue to do the things necessary for me, remain a viable part of our city's government. As a commissioner, I've attended all city council meetings, including the movement to Zoom due to COVID. I've attended all available trainings and workshops. I've participated in events held by our city. I believe that I have developed and maintained a positive relationship with the people within our city. I've conducted the duties of the Planning Commission with seriousness because I understand that as a body, we are part of the outcome for our city and its residents. As a commissioner, I've not taken anything for granted, nor have I taken lightly any decisions that were made. I've considered all matters with careful thought and consideration as to the impact it would have to our city and its residents. I would like to thank the entire council in advance for your consideration in allowing me to continue to serve our community as Planning Commissioner. Thank you, Paul A. Marsh.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Mr. Marsh, I'm sorry for the delayed reading of your correspondence.
And I do have a couple hands raised now. I have first Romero Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez, are you available?
I'm trying to just,
yeah.
I'm not touching anything on the computer.
We have you now. And now you're muted again. At least it shows that way on my screen. It appears you're having technical difficulties. So Mr. Ramirez will wait a few seconds and hope that we get you back.
Okay, how about now?
Perfect.
Is it working?
We have you.
Okay, what am I going into public comments, or am I talking about my application? What is?
Oh, no. This is a belated public comment period for item 14, which were the committee appointments and so forth. So you're not being presented this evening, but you're free to certainly make whatever comments are germane to this item.
For what we talked about before, for the auditing committee, correct?
You're free to comment on that. That's part of item 14.
Oh, is this public comments now?
This is not the general, My apologies, Mr. Rodriguez. This is my doing. So we're taking up public comments now on item 14, though we already voted on it. And this was my oversight, so my apologies to you.
But you didn't take public comments for 13, no, for 14, not 15. Okay, I see. For the auditing committee and what you guys voted on and everything, correct?
Yes. Did you wish to comment on that?
Yes, well, I was under the understanding that the auditing committee, as stated by Mr. Jim Cox, didn't really have any power. They're just going to listen in on what's happening and on I guess procedures or what the money's going to be used for. And he publicly said that he welcomed an auditing committee to form a committee, but they would have no power. They would just, I guess, put it more correctly, you just go and watch the movie and that's it. You wouldn't be able to say or do or decide or anything else. They're just going to be witness up to what the committee decides, but the public committee would have no teeth at all. So I wonder if that's going to still going to hold, or actually the people that are going to be elected. And I hope it's just a bunch of the same people being elected and just going to be a hazing, but actually have people that make decisions, and the people will be able to decide. Whether it's going to be used for what factors the funds are going to be used for, and what I heard that we're not going to actually get the funds till not even next year, the year after that. And also, I was wondering if actually the city is going to borrow and acquire interest on money supposedly they're going to obtain in 2022. If that's going to be also in the near future something that the city might do. It's just, there's a lot of questions. You're forming a committee, but you're not really stating what power they're going to have, what they're going to be able to accomplish, what if they're going to have any say so, or just going to listen in and just to dot the I's and cross the T's, but actually have really no say. That's what Mr. Cox said. And it's recorded. So is this committee of its peers, of the people, not the council people, but actually of the people, can decide? That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. So I'm going to respond very, very briefly on this, just to because it's important enough. I believe that the speaker is confusing the audit committee with a budget committee. So that's not the appointments that were made this evening. Madam Clerk, are there any other requests to speak?
Yes, Maggie Martin.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is definitely confused from the jump. Him and Gomez must be sitting side by side where she's at. Can you hear me?
Yes, I ask you to please move on.
Yes, all I wanted to say, Madam Mayor and Council, is I'm in full support of Paul Marsh to continue on the Planning Commission, simply because, as we all know, and there's no disputing it, period, he has a tenacity and a passion and a drive and a commitment and a dedication to the city like no one else. Well, I wouldn't say no one, but pretty much no one else. And I just want you to know I support Paul Marsh for the Planning Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Are there any further requests?
There are no more speakers.
Thank you. All right.
I would like to speak as a public commenter. The council didn't allow me the opportunity to speak on a comment, so I'm going to be a commenter for the public.
You are recognized, Member Gomez.
Okay, so because this item, council wasn't allowed to comment, or it was an oversight, I'm choosing to speak as a public commenter, but I'm still Councilwoman Blanca Gomez also. What I'd like to state about item number 14 is there's a couple of issues that we've seen. The issues that I'm starting to see is that we're not giving the opportunity for the individuals, and we're creating a little bit of confusion, even confusion to myself. And I think that's why I asked to have clarification on how the nominations would work and how they would function. Because if you take note, you provided the opportunity for Mr. Marsh to ask to be stated or stay within his position, but he's not my nominee. Unless he's any of your nominees, none of you can ask me to continue to take him on. And if that's the intent of this council, I'm not pushing your nominees and saying you must keep them, and you can't do that to mine, although it can be blocked. So when Romero comes and he speaks, and he's speaking on the auditing portion, he's one of the person that would like to be part of this committee. And if you look at the legislative committee, I think it's legislative, it has been inactive. We just have a tendency of appointing people, but we don't do anything with that committee. So that committee is dead. We don't use it, but yet we still have it within the confines of these documentations. In terms for the CSAC, it looks like we only need them when we have big projects. There's been a lot of meetings where the person I appointed to would tell me consistently month after month that the meeting was canceled, and it was not due to COVID-19. So I wonder if we need to relook at the written standards of what the departments must follow so that we can meet our goals. And so that's my comment for these items and these categories that we've been talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. All right, with that, we're going to conclude the public comment period as well as that discussion period. And again, my apologies to the council. All right, we're going to move on to item 15. And Mr. Metzler, this is the city council appointments to outside agencies. Mr. Metzler, will you introduce this item?
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council, similar to the previous item, the policy manual does require that we bring forward the consideration of appointments to various committees that the city is asked to participate in. So staff has attached that list as it currently exists, and also showing what vacancies exist resulting from the recent election. So with that, any action is at the discretion of your Honorable City Council.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
That the City Council consider and appoint members to serve on various committees for calendar year 2021.
Thank you. Technical questions for clarification. We'll start with Member Gomez.
I'm sorry, I heard the recommendation from the administration, but I also see some highlights. And I was wondering if it's the intent to provide these to ensure that if there is no one already taking a position, that it would be motioned and moved forward. Or how are we going to deal with this item since we're changing the agendas and the rules?
We're not changing the agendas and the rules. The chair is facilitating the meeting and I'm happy to guide you through it. But at this point, do you have a specific question that you would like to ask?
The question is, I'm presuming that there's going to be some shenanigans like on 14 to do this on this. I don't know. Maybe not.
Well, Councilmember Gomez, it is improper for a council member to impugn the motives or integrity of your fellow council members. And I would ask you to kindly bring yourself further questions.
And I would ask you to respect my First Amendment right to give an opinion of what I like to give. It's unfortunate that you took that upon yourself. I didn't mean any impunity on you. So if you meant it for yourself, you're more than welcome. But I'm trying to understand how we're going to do the process here. And I didn't ask you, I was asking staff. So if staff could respond, because my questions are delegated towards staff, because they're the ones that put these products.
Gomez. Mr. Metzler, would you like to take that on?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I believe the process really can be administered by the presiding officer the way she sees fit, and certainly can consider it similar to how we did on the last item.
Since that was more like hinting towards it, is that the only option? Because I thought we had a policy that directed all the council.
So Councilmember Gomez, what the chair will do will be precisely what was done in the last agenda item, which is to invite a motion to use the same practice that we used during the organizational meeting last week.
Okay, and that was my question. And so when I heard that I was being accused of impugning or whatever you called it, look what you just did. So my question was only, are we going to do that? Because I would like to know. It wasn't responded to until it was attacked, and then I was confused again. So we're going to end up doing this the last way. What's wrong with the policy manual? How do you have the power as a chair to do that? Is it because you have Becerra licking your balls and this other woman doing the same thing? I mean, I don't get it.
Hey,
Out of order. Mr.
wait a
DeBoer,
cotton picking minute.
Becerra does not have the floor. Member Gomez, you will suspend. Mr. DeBortnowski, will you kindly attend to this issue?
How can I get her attention?
It's absolutely inappropriate to impugn other council members and to use foul language. That's not the subject matter here, and it's totally inconsistent with what you have all agreed to in the policy manual. What the mayor is trying to do is facilitate a nomination process consistent with how you previously have nominated the mayor and the mayor pro tem, and how you just went through the nomination process on item number 14. It's a very simple and fair way to go through the nomination process. That's all she's trying to accomplish at this point, and you should limit your comments, not to derogatory comments to other council members. That's absolutely inappropriate, but to the item before the council at this point.
So I do have the First Amendment right. You will not tell me what and what not to say. Thank you for the clarification. Free will, free speech. I was elected. First Amendment rights. I did take the oath. So if we're going to go ahead and start doing what Joan says, why don't we just create a policy and change it all rather than having each meeting do this time after time?
Per the policy manual, the mayor is in charge of running the appointments to committees, and she is suggesting a way that has been already used by this council successfully. It would make sense to follow those same procedures at this point.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Thank you. Does Member Ramirez have any questions?
Yes, I need to point out that in regards to number 9 and 10, that is an elected office, and I was elected to the office totally separate from the city council. As a member of the city council, I applied and was elected by SCAGs to be the representative.
Right, so yes, Member Ramirez, we'll get to those when we start taking up the items, but I understand what you're saying. Any questions from Member Becerra?
No, I better leave it alone.
Thank you. Question from Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No.
Thank you. Chair has no questions. We're going to open up the public comment period. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
No speakers.
Thank you. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and take up the appointments, nominations and appointments. The chair invites a motion to use the same process that we used on item 14, as well as the organizational meeting last Tuesday with regard to the nominations and appointments on item 15. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. There's a second. Is there any discussion?
When you're asking for discussion, are you going to tell council member per council member, because this is changing again? Or are you just leaving it open to anybody?
Sure. Well, as I said earlier, both of these items are a little more flexible than usual. I opened it up, but I'm happy to call each member by name. Member Gomez, do you have any comments or questions?
Yes, it just makes it very difficult when there's no consistency. So if you would be more consistent with what you're doing as a chair, I know this is probably your second time, but this hasn't been done before, even though you have the 6th council member, DeBortnowski, saying that it's not. So this is fairly new. So it's really difficult to try to follow along when these new procedures are being played out. So I'm glad that you're setting quickly on how you're going to be functioning, so I don't have to be questioning each motion or each thing that you're going to be doing. So now I understand. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Member Becerra?
No.
Okay, Member Ramirez?
Because of the procedure you're following, let me just simply say that in regards to the alternate, these are individuals, city council members who have attended meetings, and I feel that as an alternate, they have the experience of that particular committee appointment, and I think they should be considered for primary as the primary person, having had the experience of being the alternate. That should be a consideration for whoever is listed.
So the motion right now, though, is to use the same process that we did in terms of nominations and appointments. All right, so do we have any comments from Mayor Pro Tem Irving? That's a no?
No, no.
Thank you, and the chair has no comments. Discussion periods now closed on that motion. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez?
Nay.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Aye. So the council has just taken action to use the same procedure for nominations and appointments for the outside agency appointment. So on this, this is going to look a little bit different than than a lot of normal kind of appointments, but it'll have a bit of the same tone as we did on 14. If you'll notice on your agenda, each outside agency appointment has a number next to it. So I'll be referring to those numbers a bit. So for instance, number 1 is the Interagency Council on Homelessness, etc. And so we're going to take these in chunks in what seems to be a logical order to take up these items. So at the outset, we're going to take up those whose agency's bylaws require certain conditions be met. So if we look at number 5, we're going to take that one up first. That's the Police and Fires Activity League. And that league has in its bylaws that the mayor be declared the primary seat on that. So with that said, the chair is declared for that seat. The second one,
point of inquiry for that one. Is there any way that you can supply the bylaws with that highlighted afterwards to the council for its review? Thank you.
All right, and thank you, Member Gomez. And then on item 9, on the Southern California Association of Governments, that's SCAG, the bylaws on that one, and correct me if I am misunderstanding that, but the mayor appoints the voting delegate and the alternate on that. Is that correct, Mr. Metzler?
No.
I'm
that is an elected office
Mayor
by
Ramirez,
SCAGs. No.
Member Ramirez, you have not been recognized by the chair. Mr. Metzler, can you answer that question to make sure my understanding is correct?
My understanding that 9 is specific to the annual regional conference and general assembly that occurs once a year,
No.
typically in May. And so I believe that's what item 9 is for.
No.
But do their bylaws state that the mayor appoints the voting delegate and alternate?
I'm sorry, that's what this item says on page 288. I'm going to ask the city clerk for some help, as she likely knows more specifically about how SCAG appoints its members.
Yeah, for SCAG only, not the Aviation Task Force, where we called to confirm, and their board secretary gave us that information.
So this is the one that's transportation related. Is that correct?
Yes, the Southern California Associates Government Regional Council, but not the Aviation Task Force.
Correct. Okay.
Correct.
So that having been confirmed, the chair appoints herself as the primary seat. And if member Becerra is amenable to accepting, the chair would like to appoint her as the alternate.
Excuse me.
I'll accept.
Excuse me.
Member Ramirez, you must ask to be recognized.
I want to be recognized because of the mistakes you have made. This is an office that SCAGS elects the individual, not the city council. I should know because I've been doing it for 2 years. And this is a meeting that is attended once a month, every first Thursday of the month. It is an elected office selected by SCAGS, not by the city council. So I think you need to correct yourself before you appoint someone.
So Member Ramirez, thank you very much for that. Certainly the chair is not interested in taking away from you as to what is important to you. I'm simply relying on the information that I have from the clerk, and the chair has acted on that. However, if pursuant to this meeting, we'll do some additional research, we can certainly reverse this and take it up again. All right.
I have a point of clarification and a point of inquiry in regards to this topic.
Yes.
So it's my understanding that when we're discussing this, and my question is along with that same vein, we're talking about SCAG and we're talking about bylaws. If we're going to bring bylaws, I think we should definitely motion to set aside anything that directs the bylaws for having all of us to be aware and have it in written form. And that way we don't mince words or we make assumptions, because I think instead of creating a decorum, we're splitting people up. And I know that's not in your nature, Ms. Jones. And so that's just my suggestion. If it's well taken, fine. If it's not, I just wanted to make sure.
Member Gomez, I do appreciate that. So the chair has acted responsibly, given the research that the clerk has done. However, we can do something different here. Since I don't know that this one's time sensitive, we can certainly move to table this particular appointment until we have another confirmation. But I'm certainly happy with Madam Clerk's information, but I certainly don't want to create division on this council. I don't know that that this is completely time sensitive, although I think it is better to take care of all of our appointments at once. Madam Clerk, are you absolutely confident in the information that you received?
Well, for this one is not for, it's for the annual conference where the mayor can appoint the delegate.
Okay. So, and that makes sense because that's the same thing with the League of California Cities for the voting delegates.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and proceed. So the chair appoints herself as the primary, and the voting delegate, the voting alternate with member Becerra. Does she accept?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So we've taken care of 5 and 9. Next, we're going to take up those assignments that have not been impacted by vacancies. So looking at number 1, that's the Interagency Council on Homelessness. And traditionally, the former council has made it very clear that they wanted staff members listed, Mr. Metzler and Ms. Smith, to be the primary and alternate on that agency, that council. So since that's not been impacted at all, does the council wish to create those as the lone nominees for the primary and alternate seats?
I move we keep it that way. Number 1.
Okay, so we have a motion to keep it that way. Is there a second on that?
I second it.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, will you just take the vote that we're going to keep it as staff members on this particular one?
I'd like to have the opportunity to nominate as well.
Well, so we're just going to create Okay, so let's back up. Let's back up. We're going to do this as nominees. So we'll keep it consistent just because it's a little different that it's staff. So we have nominees as the chair is going to nominate Mr. Metzler for the primary and the alternate as Sophie Smith. Are there further nominations for the primary seat?
Yes, I nominate Rita.
Further nominations on the primary seat? No further nominations. Did Rita accept that nomination?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and close the nominations on that. So for the primary seat, Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote on the primary seat for the Interagency Council on Homelessness?
Councilmember Becerra?
Aye.
I'm sorry. So
I'm sorry, Keith and Sophie.
Or
Sorry.
Rita, thank you.
Councilmember Gomez?
Rita.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Myself.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
Keith Metzler.
Mayor Jones?
Mr. Metzler. Okay, so for the alternate seat, chair opens the nominations.
I nominate Sophie Smith.
Thank you. Sophie Smith is nominated. There are further nominations.
I nominate myself.
Blanca Gomez is nominated. Further nominations.
I nominate Deborah.
Thank you very much. I decline the nomination. Any further nominations? Nomination period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra?
Sophie Smith.
Councilmember Gomez?
Myself.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Blanca.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
Sophie Smith.
Mayor Jones?
Sophie Smith.
Majority vote was for Sophie Smith.
Thank you. That appointment is made. Okay, so next we're going to look at number 10, which is the Southern California Association of Governments, SCAG, Aviation. This is one of those that has not been impacted by the nomination. And traditionally, when there hasn't been an impact from a recent election, those members retain their assignments. So with that said, the chair opens the nominations for the primary seat. And the chair nominates Member Ramirez.
Second that.
We don't need okay, you're gonna, okay, very good. Any further nominations? No further nominations. Madam Clerk, the nomination period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra?
There's only one, Rita.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez?
Rita.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Myself.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
Rita Ramirez.
Mayor Jones?
Member Ramirez.
Unanimous vote for Councilmember Ramirez.
That appointment is made. So the alternate seat for that, nominations on that, I'm happy to remain as the alternate. Is there anyone else interested in that? And are there any further nominations?
I nominate myself, Councilwoman Gomez.
Thank you. Member Gomez is nominated. Any further nominations? Hearing no further nominations, the nomination period is closed. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra?
I nominate Deborah.
Or you're voting?
I vote for Deborah. I'm sorry. I vote for Deborah.
Councilmember Gomez?
For myself.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Deborah.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
Mayor Jones.
Mayor Jones.
Mayor Jones. So that appointment is made. I was for one vote, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
All right. All right. So then the other one we have in that same category is number 11. That's the Victor Valley Economic Development Authority, and Member Ramirez has held the primary seat, and the chair has held the alternate seat. So looking at the primary seat, the chair nominates Member Ramirez. Are there further nominations? Nomination period is open, by the way. Further nominations?
Yeah, I have a point of order and clarification. If we're going to be consistent, would you continue to open the nominations and then give the opportunity for people to speak? Or will you just vote and then give opportunity?
Then have a poll and vote.
Yeah, because right now you voted and then opened the seat, and it didn't look clean. It looked like you voted and then you opened it up for all of us. So if you stay consistent.
We're on another item. We're on number 11 now. We're on point 11. We've moved on.
Right. But my point of clarification, you don't have to respond, is if you would open the nomination for everybody to partake, that's easy to understand, but you've switched it a little bit where won't open it and you'll nominate and then you open it. So I'm just asking for consistency.
Okay, so thank you, Member Gomez. So the nomination period is open. Member Ramirez has held this position. The nomination period is open. The chair nominates Member Ramirez. Are there any further nominations? Are there further nominations? Hearing no further nominations, the nomination period is closed. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra.
Ms. Ramirez.
Councilmember Gomez.
Ms. Ramirez.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Myself.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Rita Ramirez.
Mayor Jones.
Member Ramirez.
Motion passes unanimously.
Appointment is made. As to the alternate seat, this is a seat that the chair has held. I frankly only attended, I think, 3 meetings in all of them, and I think I sat in Member Ramirez's stead once. I'm happy to retain this seat, but I'm certainly happy to for anybody else to be nominated. So with that, the nomination period is open and the chair nominates Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I decline the nomination.
I have a point of clarification. I'm sorry, but the chair is not appearing to be very transparent in the way that she's producing this particular item as she did the former one. I would appreciate if she at least opened the nominations and not try to tell the other council members how to vote. Every member has the opportunity without you having to say what you've said, unless you're going to be unbiased. And this position was a little biased the way you expressed it. So please, if you could refrain from doing that, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mr. DeBornowski, has the chair been transparent in this process?
I believe so. You have said the nomination period for the alternate on Vita is open right now.
My apologies. We already made the appointment for Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez. We're on the alternate, Jones.
I thought I said
You did.
I thought I said alternate. Yeah, you opened the nominations for the alternate.
Yes. Oh, and I thought I heard you say Ramirez. I'm sorry. All right. So thank you very much, Mr. DeBornowski. So we've left it off with the chair having nominated Mayor Pro Tem Irving. She's declined. She is not nominated. Are there further nominations?
Yeah, Councilwoman Gomez nominates herself.
Thank you. Member Gomez is nominated. The chair nominates herself.
Councilmember Becerra nominates herself.
Okay, Councilmember Becerra nominates herself and is nominated. Further nominations? No further nominations. Will the clerk, the nomination period is closed. Will the clerk please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Myself.
Councilmember Gomez,
Myself.
Councilmember Ramirez,
Blanca Gomez.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Ms. Becerra,
Mayor Jones.
Member Becerra.
Councilmember Becerra has the majority vote.
Thank you, and that appointment is made. All right, the next ones that we're going to take up are those where the current alternate is likely available to be the primary. So these are the seats that were in fact impacted by the election. We're going to start with item 12, that's the Victor Valley Transit Authority. And so again, traditionally the person that sits in the alternate seat elevates to the primary seat. But of course, this is open to nomination. I've only attended, I think, 3 meetings on that. So I'm certainly
Clarification.
Member Gomez has not been recognized. So I'm certainly amenable to any other nominations on that. So with that said, the nomination period is open. Are there nominations?
Point of clarification.
Yes, Member Gomez.
Yeah, so the chair is not being transparent. What you're doing is you're saying how you should be elevated, and that's not fair. You should be a little bit more, and you're gonna get the seats anyways because you got 2 people voting for you. All I'm asking is for you to not give your opinion as to you should be elevated because you're already gonna give it because you're telling the other 2 people to vote for you. They already know this. You're being prejudiced in this. It's not right. You know you're not gonna give and what you're gonna do. Please try to maintain that transparency.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mr. DeBornowski, so is it part of the role of the facilitator to talk about the traditions on these types of appointments that alternates typically elevate to the primary seat?
Yeah, I don't see any problem with that. Typically, all you're indicating is that for all of these positions where the primary has lost the position because of the election, the traditional thing that has happened in the past has been that the alternate, if they're available, would then move into that position. That's all you're saying. But you then immediately open nominations and indicated the council can do whatever it wants.
Yes, thank you very much. So
Okay, then I have a point of inquiry, and this is for the attorney.
Yes, members recognized.
Yeah, so since we're talking about tradition, isn't it tradition since the inception of the city of Victorville that anybody who's not had an experience being a council member is not ever elected, not even as an alternative? And if that's the case, why are we going about not talking about tradition? That was my inquiry to the city manager.
I'm not aware of that as a tradition.
Okay, so thank you. Moving on, the nomination period is open for the primary seat for the Victor Valley Transit Authority. Are there any nominations?
Mrs. Mayor, I nominate myself.
Thank you. Member Becerra is nominated. Are there any further nominations?
I nominate Deborah Jones.
Member Jones declines. Thank you, Ms. Ramirez.
Yes, I nominate myself, Councilman Gomez.
Thank you. Councilmember Gomez is nominated. Further nominations? No further nominations. The nomination period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Myself.
Councilmember Gomez,
Myself.
Councilmember Ramirez,
Becerra.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Becerra,
Mayor Jones.
Member Becerra.
Councilmember Becerra has a majority vote.
Thank you. That appointment is made. Now we're going to take up the alternate seat for the VVTA. Nomination period is open. Are there any nominations?
I nominate Mayor Jones.
Thank you. Mayor Jones accepts. Are there further nominations?
I nominate myself.
Blanca Gomez is nominated. Further nominations?
I nominate Leslie Irving.
Member Irving is
I decline the nomination. Thank you.
not nominated before.
Oh, okay.
All right. All right. Any further nominations? Hearing no further nominations, the nomination period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Ms. Jones.
Councilmember Gomez,
Myself.
Councilmember Ramirez,
Blanca Gomez.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Ms. Jones,
Mayor Jones.
Mayor Jones.
Mayor Jones gains a majority.
Thank you, and that appointment is made. All right, now we're going to go to item 13, and this is the Victor Valley Wastewater Reclamation Authority. And we're going to, and again, this has been impacted by the election for both, for the primary seat. So the nomination period is open for the primary seat.
I nominate Deborah Jones for primary.
Thank you, Mayor Jones accepts. Further nominations?
Yeah, I have a point of inquiry. My question is for D. Bernowski, since he failed to answer it last time. Isn't it tradition since the exception of Victorville that we have people elected if they've served? A lot of these women have not served and they're being elected into positions that they've never been a part of as an elected official.
Andre, you're muted.
I'm not aware of any tradition that does that.
So point of clarification, you were when Mayor Jones gave you that traditional speech, but I don't need a response. Thank you.
Well, so the chair will further respond on that because it is an important issue. Certainly we had Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez, who had not served before, and in 2018 was appointed to a number of primary seats. All right, so nomination period is continues to be open for the Victor Valley Wastewater Reclamation Authority. Are there further nominations? Hearing no further nominations, the nomination period is closed.
Nominate myself.
Blanca Gomez is nominated for the VVWRA. Are there further nominations? Nomination period is closed. Madam Clerk, kindly take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra,
Ms. Jones,
Councilmember Gomez,
Councilmember Gomez,
Councilmember Ramirez,
Blanca Gomez.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Ms. Jones,
Mayor Jones.
Myself.
Mayor Jones has the majority vote.
Appointment is made. Now we're looking to the alternate seat on that same committee. The nomination period is open. Any nominations?
I nominate myself.
Liz Becerra is nominated. Further nominations?
I nominate Leslie Irving.
Ms. Irving is nominated. She accept.
no, I do not. I decline the nomination.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving is not nominated. Further nominations? There are no further nominations. The nomination period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Myself.
Councilmember Gomez,
Definitely not her.
That is
Why
appropriate.
not? You're not there.
Member Becerra doesn't have the floor. Member Gomez, that was out of order. Continue with the vote, please.
Councilmember Ramirez,
Becerra.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Ms. Becerra,
Mayor Jones,
Member Becerra.
Councilmember Becerra has majority votes.
Okay, and that appointment is made. All right, now we're going to go back up to number 3 on the MDAQMD board. And this one, of course, was impacted by the election. And so this seat is currently held in the alternate position by Member Ramirez. And tradition has it, as I've stated before, is that the alternate elevates to the primary seat. So the nomination period is open for the primary seat. Are there any nominations?
Point of clarification.
Yes.
Since you said that, weren't you supposed to nominate her since tradition shows that she should be an alternate and now the primary?
No, that what I've done on this item is make the statement and then open the nomination period, and the nominations are open.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I nominate myself.
Member Becerra is nominated. Are there further nominations?
Yeah,
I nominate myself.
Member Ramirez is nominated. Are there further nominations?
I'll second hers.
Thank you. That nomination is seconded. Are there further nominations? As there are no further nominations, the nomination period is closed. Madam Clerk, take the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra,
Myself.
Councilmember Gomez,
Ms. Ramirez,
Councilmember Ramirez,
Myself.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Ms. Becerra,
Mayor Jones.
Member Becerra.
Councilmember Becerra has majority vote.
Thank you. That appointment is made. We're now looking to the alternate seat, which is presently held by Member Ramirez. The nomination period is open and the chair nominates Member Ramirez. Does she accept?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Are there further nominations?
second.
Thank you. Are there further nominations? No further nominations. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Ms. Ramirez. She's the only one.
Councilmember Gomez,
Ms. Ramirez,
Councilmember Ramirez,
Myself.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Ms. Ramirez,
and Mayor Jones.
Member Ramirez.
Councilmember Ramirez has majority vote.
Thank you. That appointment is made. Now we move to the item right below it, number 4, the Mojave Desert and Mountain Solid Waste JPA. And the chair has served in the alternate seat that would normally elevate to the primary seat. However, the nomination period is now open. Are there nominations for the primary seat of the Mojave Desert and Mountain Solid Waste JPA?
I nominate Rita.
Member Ramirez is nominated. Does she accept?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Member Ramirez is nominated.
I nominate Mrs. Jones, Mayor.
The mayor accepts and is nominated. Are there further nominations? There being no further nominations, the nomination period is closed. Will the clerk please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Ms. Jones.
Councilmember Gomez,
Rita,
Councilmember Ramirez,
Myself.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Ms. Jones,
Mayor Jones.
Myself.
Mayor Jones has majority vote.
And that appointment is made. We move to the alternate position and the nomination period is open. Are there any nominations?
I'll nominate Rita Ramirez.
Member Ramirez is nominated. Does she accept?
Yes, I do.
Member Ramirez is nominated. Are there further nominations? The chair nominates Member Becerra.
I accept.
Thank you. Are there further nominations? No further nominations, Madam. The nomination period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Becerra,
Myself.
Councilmember Gomez,
Member Ramirez,
Councilmember Ramirez,
Myself.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Ms. Becerra,
Mayor Jones.
Member Becerra.
Councilmember Becerra has majority votes.
And that appointment is made. All right, next we're going to go to point 6. That's San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. And this again has been impacted by the election. The chair has sat in this, the alternate seat. At this point, we're going to open the nomination period for the primary seat.
I nominate myself.
Blanca Gomez is nominated. Further nominations?
I nominate Mayor Jones.
Mayor Jones accepts. Further nominations? Hearing no further nominations, the nomination period is closed. Will the clerk kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Ms. Jones?
Councilmember Gomez,
Myself.
Councilmember Ramirez,
Blanca Gomez.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Ms. Jones?
Mayor Jones.
Myself.
Mayor Jones has the majority vote.
Thank you. That appointment is made. Now we're looking to the alternate seat for that same outside agency. The nomination period is open. Are there any nominations?
I nominate Rita.
Member Ramirez has been nominated. Does she accept?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Member Ramirez is nominated. Further nominations?
I nominate myself.
Member Irving is nominated. Are there further nominations? Hearing no further nominations, the nomination period is closed. Madam Clerk, kindly take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra,
Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
Councilmember Gomez,
Get with the program.
Councilmember Rita.
Councilmember Ramirez,
Myself.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Myself?
Mayor Jones.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving has majority votes.
Thank you. And we're going to now to point 7. This is the companion committee to the SBCTA. It's the Mountain Desert Policy Committee. And this seat, the alternate seat has been held by the chair. With that, the nomination period is open. Are there any nominations?
I nominate Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I decline the nomination. I'd like to nominate Mayor Jones.
Mayor Jones accepts the nomination. Are there further nominations?
Yeah, you didn't take mine into consideration. Is there a reason?
I didn't hear you. Member Gomez, did you make a nomination?
I absolutely did.
Okay, may I hear it again, please?
Of course, Rita Ramirez.
Okay, Member Ramirez, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Member Ramirez is nominated. Are there further nominations? Hearing no further nominations, the nomination period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Becerra,
Ms. Jones?
Councilmember Gomez,
Rita.
Councilmember Ramirez,
Myself.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Ms. Jones?
Mayor Jones.
Myself.
Mayor Jones has majority vote.
Thank you. That appointment is made to the primary seat. We now move to the alternate seat. And the nomination period is open. Are there any nominations? The chair nominates Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I accept.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem is nominated. Are there further nominations?
Point of inquiry.
Certainly.
What number are we on?
We're on the point 7, the SBCTA Mountain Desert Policy Committee. It's the companion committee to the SBCTA.
Thank you. I nominate Rita.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I nominate Rita.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez. Member Ramirez, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Ramirez is nominated. Are there further nominations? Hearing no further nominations, the nomination period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Ms. Irving?
Councilmember Gomez,
Councilmember Ramirez.
Councilmember Ramirez,
Myself.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Leslie Irving.
Mayor Jones.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving has majority votes.
Thank you. That appointment is made to the alternate seat. Now we're going to move on to the final two. So point 2, this is the League of California Cities Desert Mountain Division. So for the primary seat, both of these seats are open. So for the nomination period is open. So for the primary seat, again, the nomination period is open. Are there any nominations?
I nominate myself.
Member Becerra is nominated.
I nominate Rita Ramirez.
Thank you. Member Gomez nominates Member Ramirez. Does she accept?
I do.
Thank you. The member is nominated. Further nominations? Hearing no further nominations, Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Myself.
Councilmember Gomez,
Rita.
Councilmember Ramirez,
Myself.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Ms. Becerra,
Mayor Jones.
Member Becerra.
Councilmember Becerra has majority votes.
Thank you. And that appointment has been made to the primary seat. Moving on to the alternate seat. The nomination period is open. Are there any nominations?
I nominate Blanca Gomez.
Oh, I'm sorry. One at a time, please. Member Ramirez, did you have a nomination?
Yes, I nominate Blanca Gomez.
Okay, Member Gomez is nominated. Does she accept?
Absolutely.
Member Gomez is nominated. Are there further nominations?
I nominate Mayor Jones.
Mayor Jones accepts. Are there further nominations? Hearing no further nominations, Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Ms. Jones.
Councilmember Gomez,
Myself.
Councilmember Ramirez,
Blanca Gomez.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Ms. Jones,
Mayor Jones.
Myself.
Mayor Jones has majority vote.
Thank you. That appointment is made. And now we're on the final one, and that's point 8. It's the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. And there's only one seat open. That's the primary seat. The nomination period is open. Are there any nominations?
I nominate myself.
I nominate Rita.
Thank you. Member Becerra is nominated. And Member Gomez, did I hear you nominate Member Ramirez?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Member Ramirez, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. The member is nominated. Further nominations? Hearing no further nominations, will the clerk please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Myself.
Councilmember Gomez,
Rita.
Councilmember Ramirez,
Myself.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Ms. Becerra,
Mayor Jones.
Member Becerra.
Councilmember Becerra has a majority vote.
Thank you. That amendment is made, and we have made it through this item.
Mayor Jones?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, there is one public speaker on this item,
Oh, my apologies.
and I believe it's Maggie Martin.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Welcome.
Me?
Yes.
Okay.
Begging your apologies, Madam Clerk, I believe that I did ask for public comments early on this item.
Madam Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not.
Madam Mayor, can you hear me?
I can, but Ms. Martin,
I
can you?
have technical difficulties.
Okay.
Ms. Martin, I ask you to hold on for just a moment. I see that looks like you're muted now.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, I have in my notes that I did ask for public comments at the right time on this.
Okay. Sorry, but I just saw a couple hands raised.
Okay. So, all right. And at the time there were none. So we're going to go ahead and move on. We've concluded item 15, and we're going to proceed to item 16. It's the possible cancellation of a regular city council meeting. Mr. Metzler, will you tee up the item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yeah, this is an item that we have a tendency of having to deal with annually because of the holiday period in which City Hall closes down. There isn't going to be staff available during the particular time, specifically when the agenda has to be prepared and presented if it were to keep its normal schedule. So with that, it's not uncommon for us to consider the cancellation of the first meeting in January. Staff doesn't foresee any items that require attention on that meeting date. In fact, a large part of the items that we have here tonight are anticipating avoidance of January, the first meeting in January. So with that, staff's recommending that we cancel the first regular meeting in January.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you read the recommendation?
Any action is at the discretion of the City Council.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council members? We'll begin with Council Member Gomez.
Yes, so if I'm reading this correctly, it's automatic that December 24th to January 4th, there's been a tendency to close down City Hall for the holidays.
Yes, and in fact, that's memorialized more particularly in our annual benefits resolution. When we approve the budget and we take forward our benefits resolution, it also identifies a number of holidays. And so with that holiday, plus I believe there's a furlough day still in there as well, that's already scheduled in advance to be shut down.
So then the interpretation is to close down the first Tuesday of January.
No, we're asking or suggesting here to cancel the City Council meeting that would be in the first Tuesday in January.
Yeah, so to close down the first week, the first Tuesday of our general meeting, which is the first Tuesday of that month. That's what you're saying, to close down or to approve this.
Staff is suggesting canceling the City Council meeting the first Tuesday in January.
Okay. I'm just looking at January 4th, January 24th, January 29th, January 5th. But the essence of this is really to close down because we don't have enough staff and the holidays are right around the corner.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Member Ramirez, any questions? Was that a no, member? Member Ramirez, did you have?
There are no questions.
Thank you. Member Becerra, any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving, any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. The chair has no questions at this time. The public comment period. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
I do have a hand raised. I believe it's Maggie Martin for item number 16.
My apologies. Can you hear me?
Yes. Ms. Martin, we're on item 16.
Well, I don't have the agenda in front of me, so I lost where we're at.
Okay, so this is the question of canceling the first meeting in January.
I don't have any problem with that. And I'm concerned because Gomez has been on the council 4 years and she doesn't understand or can't recall that this is historically what's always been done. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Point of order, you're out of order. You're not on item 16.
Member Gomez does not have the floor.
Well, you should have said that, but you didn't.
Member Gomez's point of order is not well taken. She did not cite a violation of policy. Ms. Martin was speaking to the correct item.
Point of inquiry?
We're going to decline at this point. All right. Are there any other comments? Madam Clerk, are there any other comments? Thank you.
No other speakers.
Yeah,
right.
I'm going
So
to want to speak as a speaker because you were shutting me down.
Member Gomez, you were speaking over me. Are you making a point of order?
No, because you rejected both. So now I'm going to speak on item number 16.
Yes, if you do that, when we get to the discussion on this motion, you'll not have the right to speak.
Are you citing policy?
Yes.
Which one? Because you didn't say anything.
Yeah, Member Gomez this is Member Gomez's 5th year. She would like clarification on that, the attorney or the
No,
chair.
I don't want clarification. You need to say what you're saying, but don't use the attorney.
Member
I don't.
Member
Anyways,
Gomez,
I'm trying to speak on item 16. You're not letting me speak.
Member Gomez, that is a false statement. At this
No,
point,
it's not.
you are free to speak, but when it comes time for discussion on this item, you will not be able to speak again. Please proceed.
You didn't give anybody in the councilship the opportunity to speak.
Yes, she did.
When we speak,
Yes, she did.
then Maggie Martin speaks. That's in our policy, and we can redirect that to
Madam,
the
Above your ears to be able to hear.
So on item number 16, what we were discussing, I'm sorry, you're interrupting me?
Member Gomez.
You're interrupting me.
Suspend for a moment so the chair can bring this to order. Councilmember Gomez, you are free to speak on this item as a member of the audience. The chair is simply making it clear to you that after a motion is made and discussion is
How many times are you going to say that? I
Member
heard it once. I don't need to hear it twice. I heard you once. I'm speaking on item 16, and I heard you once.
At this point, Member Gomez, you are interfering with the peace of this council.
No,
So
I'm trying to speak on
cautioning
16.
you to cease and desist speaking over the chair.
I'm asking you to cease and desist because I was recognized as the chair. You recognize me, and you're taking my time.
Madam Clerk, it's unfortunate, but at this point, Councilmember Gomez refuses to yield to the directions of the chair.
I order you to cease and
kindly
desist.
mute your audio, and it will not be restored until the chair orders it to be restored. All right, the chair brings this item back to the council. And when I bring this item back to the council, we are going to unmute Member Gomez, and we're going to take up a motion. Member Gomez will not speak to the consequence of her misconduct. All right, so at this point, Madam Clerk, will you unmute Councilmember Gomez, and the chair invites a motion on this item.
I'm speaking as a person from the public. You don't remember that? You can't take
Member
that right.
Gomez is not recognized. At this time, the chair invites a motion.
I have a point of clarification.
State your point of clarification.
I was speaking not as a council member because I wasn't given the opportunity. I was
Councilmember
speaking on
Gomez,
item number. I'm not finished giving the point of clarification.
Councilmember Gomez, this is not a place of argument.
Point of clarification. Let me finish my point.
Absolutely not. We have progressed in the item to the point of making a motion. Do any council members wish to make a motion on this?
I motion that we move that we cancel January 5th, 2021 city council meeting.
Thank you. Second. Thank you. There is a second. We have a motion by Member Becerra. We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Is there discussion? We'll begin with Member Gomez.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I was speaking on item number 16 as a member of the public because you didn't grant us the opportunity.
We are commenting.
I'm sorry, you're interrupting me. Don't interrupt me. Point of order, I order you to cease and desist. You're argumentative and the chair's supposed to keep decorum. Point of order, my minute, you can't interrupt me. Let me finish speaking.
The chair is responsible to preserve order and decorum in this meeting.
I have 3 minutes.
Comment is disturbing and interrupting.
No, you are disturbing.
Madam,
You're not letting me speak.
Kindly mute council members.
You are not.
Bye-bye. Here we go again.
So do we have any discussion, any further discussion from on the motion? Member Ramirez.
No questions.
Thank you. Member Becerra. And it's not questions, comment
No
period.
questions.
Becerra.
No questions.
No comments.
Well, I have comment, but no questions.
Right, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No comments.
Thank you. And we will give Member Gomez one last opportunity to comment as to the motion specifically. Madam Clerk, will you kindly restore her audio?
I have a point of clarification, a point of inquiry. These are my 3 minutes.
Yes, you can.
You are not to interrupt me. Stop. I order you to cease and desist. For item number
Member Gomez
6,
does not have
stop.
that.
I'm doing number 16.
Member Gomez.
Stop.
Gomez.
Number 16
You may
is what
comment
I'm going to.
to
You're
the-
interrupting me. You're not letting me finish my
Madam
thought.
Clerk, my apologies. Madam
Okay.
Clerk, please mute the audio.
No.
Member Gomez is disturbing the proceedings. She's
No, I'm not.
obstructing this item. So we are now going to close the discussion period. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote and restore Member Gomez's audio? For the vote.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
I need a point of
Councilmember
clarification.
Gomez.
Point of clarification.
Councilmember Gomez, how do you vote?
Point of clarification.
Move on. We're in the vote. There's
Point of
nothing.
Councilmember
I can
Ramirez.
Count-
So you can see I'm being muted.
Councilmember Ramirez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. So the first meeting in January is canceled. All right, now we're going to go straight to the public comment period. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, the first speaker I have is Maggie Martin.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Mayor, esteemed and honorable Madam Mayor and Council, please indulge me and allow me the same First Amendment freedom of speech that you do, Councilmember Gomez. I'm going to speak directly to the chair, but I'm speaking about her. So first of all, the highlight of this evening for me has been the muting and the cutting her off. She's like an insistent, petulant child, and at all cost, don't you just know, by God, she's going to try to be heard at all cost. It doesn't matter that it disrupts the flow of the meeting. It just doesn't matter because, as she said, this was the highlight, actually. I order you to cease and desist. Has she lost her mind? Really? I mean, honestly. So, Ms. Gomez, speaking to the chair, I need you to understand something, sweetheart. There's a new sheriff in town, and it's not Gloria Garcia. Okay? Get that through your thick little childish head if you can. And the other thing I want to tell you, you are a first-class fucking little bitch. You're welcome, council member.
Martin, this is unacceptable. Move on. All right. Any other requests to speak, Madam Clerk?
Yes, the next speaker is Romero Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Well, we finally got to hear and see the true colors of this committee, this council. Same stuff, different day. That's all. They just got transferred. Some people have a beard, now they don't have a beard. But we get to see the truth now. We get to see exactly where they stand, who they represent. They represent the city. You know what the city needs, what the city wants, all the stuff that's been going on for many years that us as people are trying to fight. But you know what? It's part of the game, and we understand that there's no new sheriff in town. We are the sheriffs of the town, but we get to see exactly. Last week, we thought everybody thought the meeting was going to be canceled. They sent emails to everybody. City Hall's closed. Boom, everything, whatever, and voila. And they, at the last moment, they set up they can have an emergency meeting, and they voted in. They voted real quickly. They went in there and did their little deeds. They didn't wait 5 minutes to see if everything worked out or whatever. They had everything planned out. Just like Ms. Jones last time when she didn't win, she accused everybody of conspiring against her and having little backroom deals. We saw what happened this time, so we know what's going on. So I'm glad that the council showed their true colors, where the people actually stand, what they were doing, what they were saying to win their campaign. Now I understand why there's going to be 20, 30 people running. They're all the same people. They're all this. Maybe there might have been 3 or 4 people, but they're all the same.
I apologize for interrupting. Can you just hold that thought? Madam Clerk, will you kindly pause the timer? Member Gomez is attempting to communicate with the audience when she has not been recognized. Madam Clerk, will you kindly turn off her video? Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, please continue. I apologize.
We see right now that quick control that the city council wants to have over the people. They control the finances. They control who they want to thrash, who they want to throw against to the wolves. And we see that. You know, some people try to pass out as nice, demure little school teacher people. They're evil, though. They're evil as heck. And we hear Maggie Martin, you know, cussing us out, calling us the F word, the a-holes, whatever. Nothing to her. But you know what? Who comes to the defense of city council? Supremacists, crackheads, meth heads, and ex-prostitutes. That's who comes to the defense of this council. And the thing is, we need to wake up the people and please see what you guys have in there. So pretty much see that just one term people are going to be there. And for 22, they're probably the city's going to throw out maybe 40 people to run, and all 40 of them are going to be them. But the thing is, we need to make a little change right there. But you know what? We don't have to let them. They don't run the show. They just try to. They've cost us so many millions of dollars. And it's going to be the same thing. These people just keep, because they wear a dress doesn't make any difference. It's the same thing. They're taking orders from somebody else. That's all. So, you know, I leave you with that. And I have nothing against them.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Are there any other speakers? Madam Clerk?
There are no other speakers.
Thank you. So the public comment period is closed. And Madam Clerk, can you refresh the chair's memory as to what the motion was earlier? I want to make sure that we agree to only go to the public comment period and end the business.
Yes, that was what the motion was.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for that confirmation. At this point, the chair adjourns the meeting. There's no further business before us. Thank you, everyone. I apologize for the lateness of the hour, but hopefully it was a full agenda. Hopefully that will be one of very few, if none others. So good night. Have a wonderful evening.